there's that. And then here's this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna start that. That looks good. Alright. Good. Hi. Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday. YouTube loads so slowly. It really does. It really does. I think they've made changes just to overly complicate the system. Yeah, it's not pretty. It's not a great system, but I hate to admit it, I use it every day. I have a lot of content on YouTube that I like. Stuff that I watch, even a couple streams that I'll check in on. So yeah, it's oh, you were supposed to restart. Whatever. Anyway. But yeah. Happy weekend, everyone. We are almost done with May. I believe. Yes, Sunday is the 31st. Tomorrow evening. Gonna be a full moon. It'll be a blue moon. It'll be the second full moon of the month. Right at the end. Sneak it in right at the stop. So, you guys have any special stuff that you want to do? Any rare occurrences that you want to see happen? Tomorrow's the day to do it. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Standing. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good weekend. Good to see ya. Hello, Mage. Welcome in as well. Thank you for the 85 stream streak. Really appreciate the support. It's been an okay weekend so far, kind of short. I stayed up a little last night, and then slept in a little today. You know, it all balances out, but it's been an okay day so far. The weather really can't decide what it wanted to do, because when I initially woke up, it was kind of sunny out, and I'm like, okay, looking like the start of a good weekend. And then by the time I actually got out of the house to go get lunch and everything, the clouds had rolled in. I'm like, okay, so it is gonna rain. And it never actually did, and now it's sunny again. So I don't know what it's gonna do. We're gonna play it by ear. I'm hoping to get a nice bike ride in tomorrow, because next month I want to start doing the longer rides. So this is going to be sort of the last ride within the current bracket before I step it up a little bit. Hello, Sonic. I hope you're having a good weekend. Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, obviously sort of the big thing that I kind of want to talk to you guys about today is need a bike emoji. I'll write that down, but on that subject, you know, I am looking to get a couple of emotes commissioned. So that will be a good one to look at, to discuss. So put it on the Discord. There's a whole channel for suggestions. But I don't know. It's a pretty cool day today. Also, ponchos can be for warm weather too. You carry your shade with you. So the big thing, obviously, was yesterday. Yesterday was the official last day of work. I did not do anything, which I think is pretty normal for a final day, right? I was saying goodbye to people, wrapping stuff up, closing things out. I had to turn in my work machine, and you know, my team got together for a lunch, so you know, I was only at work for like maybe an hour and a half out of the day. I brought it up in the forum, I have brought it up before in the past. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. Right? I crossed my thoughts there. But you know, generally kind of hush hush about it a little bit, just to, you know, avoid any issues But you know, now that it's over and done with, I think it's fine to be a little more open about some stuff. Obviously, I can't talk about like the specifics of anything, like specifically what I worked on or any like internal stuff. But so I as I've talked about, I got the job around the same time that I started streaming. You know, I was getting ready to sort of call it a day, or not call it a day, but sort of give up on getting hired into the game industry. You know, I had been trying, I had been applying to dozens or hundreds of companies and not hearing back from people, and it seemed like just nobody wanted me, right? So I was gonna look at doing the whole freelance thing and then see if I could, you know, work on my game and work on freelance projects on the side and sort of make things work that way. And, you know, this was like 2021, streaming was exploding because of the lockdowns. And so I was like, all right, it seemed like a good opportunity. And then one of my friends from school reached out and said, hey, you know, my company is hiring. I can put your resume in as a referral. I was like, yeah, fuck it, why not one more? And that was the job that I have got. And I, for the past 4 years, have been an outsource contractor with Bungie. I have been doing a lot of the cosmetic armor for Destiny 2. And I've been very proud of some of the stuff that we got to work on, right? We got to work on some of the collaboration armors, we got to work on some of the special event armors, you know, got to work on some of the raid armors, and, you know, whatever other stuff you may hear on the internet, because I'm sure there's a lot of people saying a lot of things. I very much liked working with Bungie. All the people that I got to work with were excellent, kind, talented people. You know, they treated us, even though we were outsourced artists, they treated us like part of the team, right? We were not just sort of thrown menial labor or just told what to do. Yeah, there were a lot of things I was just like, I shouldn't talk about that right now. um and yeah, I would see, god, there I would see people talk about stuff in chat, especially going over to like Coco's chat when she's playing Marathon and people talking about Bungie. I just have to stand there and be like, um so yeah, I really liked working with Bungie. They were a good group of people, and my team was a phenomenal group of artists and workers that I, you know, we're still hanging out. Like hell, even yesterday evening, we jumped into Helldivers together just to you know, soften the blow a little bit. But you know, at this point, I think all of you guys have heard what is going on with Bungie, what is going on with Destiny, and obviously with the final content patch coming out. Wasn't really anything else for us to do. And you know, unfortunately, this is getting away from Bungie's side of things, because frankly, I spent more time with Bungie than the company that I actually worked for. Like, I joined my company onto the team that was working with Bungie, and we were basically like siloed in with Bungie, you know, almost all the time. And you know, sometimes, a lot of times, you know, with outsourced studios, you'll sort of cycle around from project to project depending on the workload and what's needed and new stuff coming and going. But my team just ended up being like very sort of rock solid and consistent, and you know, we had a core group that I was part of that just never really moved away from the Destiny project. So, you know, on one hand, it did get old, right? I sort of, before we got the announcement, like right before we got the announcement that our team was being let go, I was going to talk to my lead about the possibility of moving over to another project within our company, just to have something new to do, right? Change of scenery, change of workflow, change of project, all of that. And then I was like, actually, no. But yeah, unfortunately, my company, maybe a year or two ago, got bought out by a private equity firm. So, you know, it used to be that the company, you know, recognized, hey, if you let talented people go, their experience, their tribal knowledge, their value within the system, we lose all of that. And that is a lot of, you know, non-numerical value. Those have all been bought out by Satan. I'm pretty sure they are like the fingers of Satan. I'm pretty sure, like, if you looked at a board meeting, it would actually just be like a big hand reaching through the meeting room with little faces drawn on each of the fingertips. And then they just kind of like wiggle back and forth as he puts on a puppet show. But yeah, because equity is only concerned with the numerical value, you know, having somebody sitting idle for a few weeks or even a couple months while you know, cycle projects around and see if something can spin up, it's like, that's not good for the bottom line. So if they're not doing anything, get rid of them. We'll just hire new people later when we need it. So, you know, if had it been a couple of years ago, I might still technically have a job. I just wouldn't be working on Destiny anymore. But instead, here we are. Right? So, you know, I don't want to like use this opportunity to talk trash about Destiny or even really talk about its sunsetting, right? Obviously, there have been a lot of people that have been discussing it. There have been a lot of people that are much like closer to the project, either in terms of working on it or, you know, their experience playing it, that have put out very thoughtful discussions. It does suck. You know, I played Destiny during the open beta. I played Destiny 1. And even just sort of the adventure of like running around the Cosmodrome, playing the basic gameplay over and over again, that was fun, right? I thought there was a lot of really cool environment and storytelling and world that they were building. And it seemed like the start of something really exciting. And I don't know, the game stumbled around a lot, right? It had its high points, it had its low points, it had its very low points. And it always, I think, sort of struggled in some areas to sort of be as good as it could be. But I don't think anyone can argue that Destiny was not a recognized space within gaming, right? It was one of those things, almost like Overwatch, that you knew about it. You knew about Destiny, regardless of your particular feelings or how closely you were tied to it. And I think to see that sort of go into its end of life and know that it's effectively over, it is kind of sad. It does suck. You know, there's a lot of back and forth about, is it Marathon's fault somehow? I'm not gonna get into that. It's a non-productive conversation to even have. So I'm just not gonna have it. But I don't know. It's been a very strange 2 months, because obviously, like, we knew what was happening, or like we knew what was happening for us. We didn't know like how far that was going to expand, how extreme it was going to be. But, you know, I am very proud of my team for, you know, sticking with it and giving it their all the way to the end of the project. You know, I am very proud of the work that they did the entire time. I think we did some really incredible things, and I'm very proud of it. But yeah, that is over now, and that's still a weird feeling. I think Tuesday is when it's really going to start to settle in, right? Because we had Monday off this past week, right? So Monday will come around and it'll just be like another long weekend. And then Tuesday will be like, oh, no, there just isn't work anymore. It's over. And that, I think, will be a really strange time. So summer is going to be a bit of a transition period, I think. I've talked about some of this before, but you know, I wanted to sort of put some of the thoughts together more cohesively, right? Now that we have sort of gotten to this point and want to look ahead. And, you know, Standing, you were talking, I think, on the previous stream, or one of the streams, you were mentioning, like, you know, using this time personally to sort of look back and think about, like, what this chapter has meant, and, you know, what I want to take away from it and what I want to take going forward. And I will definitely be doing that. You know, I am constantly befuddled by the fact that the game industry feels like it is in an absolutely terrible spot, right? People are getting laid off, the cost of equipment and development is going up, and it seems like the industry is getting choked to death. Yet at the same time, every year we are getting these like masterclass deliveries, right? We're getting Mina the Hollower just came out this week. We got Mugenics, we got Pragmata, we got Expedition 33 last year, and Baldur's Gate a couple years ago. God, I can't even like think of all of the amazing titles that are coming out on like a monthly basis. You know, Deadlock is continuing to evolve as a game, you know, getting better and better. It's got a little stumble here and there, but all in all, coming along very well. There's a bunch of sci-fi and space games that are developing very well. So, like, simultaneously, the game industry is in a really bad place, but games and game development feels like it's in a really good place. And I'm personally kind of looking at that and wondering, like, okay, so if I want to continue working in video games, is trying to find a job in the game industry the right place to do it, because it doesn't necessarily seem like that is where the real quality development is happening. I mean, some of it is, right? But it feels like the major titles, the big successes that are coming out of it year over year are somewhere else, right? The AA scenes, the independent scenes. Not exclusively, but I would almost say predominantly. So, as far as things are concerned for us here, at some point, you know, by necessity, but also because I do want to continue to develop games and then make artwork, I'm gonna have to get another job again, right? That's not really an option, and I really don't see myself becoming like a full-time streamer or even like a fully independent freelance artist. I think there would be cool things to do about that, but I think it would be a lot of work in a different way. And the big thing for me about being a freelance or a full-time streamer is a lot of times to really make that work, you kind of have to concede certain aspects of the stream, right? You have to run things certain ways. Obviously, you know, there's sponsored streams where you have to like either put in little ad plugs or play somebody's game, which would not necessarily be something that like I want to do, but it would be what we need to do to make ends meet on the stream. And I don't really want to compromise the stream that way, right? I like being able to do the stuff that we want to do, right? Work on the game, make drawings, play the games that we want to play. And I imagine that you guys prefer that as well. So, I don't know, the prospect of being a full-time streamer is like, probably not. Probably not. I don't think there's going to be like a big change in terms of the stream schedule, right? Because I don't want to like ramp up to 5 days a week or something, and we sort of get used to that cadence, and then I find a new job and now I have to scale it back to 3 times a week like we do right now, right? I think that wouldn't feel great. I think that would be kind of frustrating. It would feel very stifling, both for you guys and for me. So I don't really want to sort of commit to that and then have to walk it back later on. But what I do think we can do would be particularly on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? Because those have been 7 to 11 Pacific time, because I had work on those days. And then, you know, I needed enough time to sort of finish things up at work. You know, past couple of months been doing some like physical therapy stuff after that, and then you have to get dinner and warm everything up, get the stream get the stream up and going. So, you know, I kind of needed that like 2.5 hours between work and the streams. But, you know, now that those days are going to be free, I think we could expand that out by an hour or so, right? So instead of starting at 7 Pacific, we could start at 6. And that would just give us a little more time throughout the week to get stuff done, right? A little more time to work on the game, a little bit more time to do art. Maybe we could do some more like mixed streams where we play some games and do something else. And then whenever I do end up getting a new job, a new position somewhere, you know, new, I don't even know what exactly I want to call it. You know, it would be easier at that point to sort of scale things back to what we have been used to up to this point, right? So I feel like that's how we're sort of going to start, and then depending on how things go over the course of the summer going into the fall, you know, we can look at other prospects as well. I guess the last thing that I kind of want to say is I'm thinking about how I want to put this. That is not helping. So, you know, I am doing fine, right? I'm not like in a position where I am like going to be, you know, financially in trouble or anything, right? I have enough to work with that I can take a break basically for a good chunk of the summer. You know, effectively sort of use it as a vacation and not, you know, be like at risk of getting kicked out or starving or anything, right? I'm gonna be okay. So I don't want anyone to feel like, you know, this is some sort of emergency situation. We need to do like a GoFundMe or a campaign or any crazy shit like that, right? I would be foolish to turn down any support that you guys are willing to offer. But please don't feel like it is something that you need to do, right? It is, I am not dependent on the stream for my day-to-day living right now. I don't intend to be. Like I said, I don't think that would produce an end result that either of us would really be happy with. But, you know, depending on how things go, if we do kind of get to a point where it's like, yeah, you know, the game industry is kind of just way too stinky, and I think it would actually kind of be a cool opportunity if we can make it work to like lean more into doing like freelance artwork and game development using the stream as a platform. You know, maybe we'll look at that at some point. If there is a way forward with that approach, maybe it's something that we do, right? But yeah, and I just sort of want to reiterate, like, I'm not gonna say no, but please don't feel like, you know, we need to change the amount of support or the way that you guys are supporting because of how the things have played out this season. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. I hope that this can continue to be a nice, chill place that you guys can enjoy and want to return to on a regular basis. You know, whether you're here to chat or here to lurk, co-work, co-play, whatever the case may be. I am just glad to have all of you here with me And, you know, as I was mentioning before, I started the stream about the same time that I started the job. So, congrats, Chooms, on being the survivors. Congrats on winning the marathon. So, hopefully, we can continue to do this for a very long time to come. I think we'll have a lot more artwork and adventures and good times together. That is my hope. Yeah, that is basically that. I was mentioning, so this coming month in June, there's going to be a weekend that I'm going to be out of town, and then there's going to be a family thing the following month in July. So there's going to be a little bit of gap in the stream schedule for the next couple of months, and I don't know. I feel like at some point I want to do some stuff over the summer as well. You know, maybe take a little trip somewhere. So I'll let you guys know if there are going to be a few missed days here and there. But right now I'm not, aside from that like additional hour or so, you know, I might also run a little bit later into the evening just because I don't have to go to bed for work anymore. I don't have to have, God, I'm gonna revert to degen hours like that, right? It's already so bad. Anytime I have like an extended vacation holiday or whatever, my sleep schedule will just drift later and later and later. And I was thinking about this, like, I just need to leave my alarm schedule as it is, right? Like, part of me just wants to maintain my current sleep schedule as best I can, because otherwise I'm just gonna turn nocturnal again. That's like my natural mode. Which I guess isn't terrible, but not good either. And frankly, I find on the rare occasions that I actually manage to get up early in the day, it feels kind of nice. Because, you know, I'll get up early and I'll do my normal, like, start of the day, and then I'll do a bunch of stuff, and then I'm like, I still have so much time left. I still have the whole afternoon to do all these things, and this is great. Of course, then I stay up to my normal bedtime, which means I'm only actually getting, like, not that much sleep. But what I really just need to do is figure out how to, like, not need sleep. That's the ideal right there. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, if anything, there'll be more that I can sort of tell you guys about, right? Because when a lot of my weekdays are taken up by jobs that I can't talk about, right? Because everything that I do at work is NDA. You know, I come on stream and I'm like, what have I done? What can I tell you guys about? But, you know, maybe now, obviously I can tell you more about, like, the stuff that I've been working on. You know, on my own time, I can tell you about, like, if I go traveling anywhere, if I go even just, like, out of the house, go over to the city, I want to do that at some point. Just, like, what's going on, you know? I mean, knowing me, I'm still going to spend a lot of time at home, just, like, working on drawings, working on projects, and playing games and whatnot, but I can at least chat about that. So, we'll see. We'll see, right? So yeah, I don't know. I'm generally pretty optimistic. At the very least, I'm glad to be able to take some time to decompress, to calm down, you know, because of everything that was going on with Destiny and, you know, trying to get this content update going. There was a lot of rush to finish everything. There was a lot that they're trying to get in. And that's probably all that I should say about that. And I hope people enjoy it. But, you know, it was a lot of work. It was a lot of stress, and I think that came through in a number of the streams. So, you know, even if the job had not ended, and I think that was part of it, it was like, okay, this is the sprint before the end. But even if the job had continued, I think I would have taken like a couple weeks off to just be a potato, right? And just not worry about it, not think about it for a while. Just do other things or do nothing. So I'm looking forward to the opportunity to do that. You know, get some more time with the bike, really like do those long rides that I'm aiming to do. The 40-50 mile bracket feels really within range. I always hate uncertainty, but when I look back, things have actually worked out amazingly well. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Like, the some measure of assurance would go a long way. But I'm glad that you can be happy with where you've gotten to. I think to some degree, there's a metaphor somewhere. But I think a lot of things in life are like the harder that you try and hold on to it, the harder that you try and like maintain order or retain control over something, the worse it goes. I Not to be completely lackadaisical, but I think the more that you can sort of be fluid and responsive and sort of roll with the tide of it, the tide of things happening, because things are going to happen, right? And to some degree, you just have to be ready to see what those things are and adapt to it. You can't just expect everything to be the same forever. And I guess I got a little complacent that, you know, being at the same position in the game industry for over 3 years is a rarity, right? Like, I tell people that I had my job for 4.5 years, and they kind of raise their eyebrows like, wow, that's a long time. Which doesn't feel like a lot to me, but also, you know, the game industry kind of has churn built into its nature. So, you know, when I was getting in and learning and, you know, sort of ramping as a student to become a game developer, it was kind of my expectation. Like, it was part of my plan, basically, that I would get a job and work the job, and then eventually the project would end, and I would, you know, that job would end, and I'd take a vacation, right? I would travel somewhere. I would go to another country or just, you know, take time off and work on stuff, read, relax, and then find another job and do it again. So I guess in a roundabout sort of way, I am doing what I had originally planned. I just think I sort of got into a place, into a mindset of, well, this seems really stable. So I think I just sort of stopped considering the the eventual end of life, right? The end of the road for this particular project. Especially when you're working on an ongoing game for something like Destiny, it just feels constant. It feels like, well, this isn't gonna just abruptly end out of nowhere, and then, oh, huh, look at that. So, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see where the summer takes us. I'm gonna try not to stress out about it. Frankly, right now at least, I feel like I don't have that much to be stressed out about. You know, the most stressful things are done. And now I'm gonna rest for a bit. I'm gonna hang out with you guys. I'm gonna work on the model. I'm gonna push towards the debut, and I'm gonna read some books and play some games. We got the Summer Games Fest and the State of Play, and Microsoft might have something, so we got some new announcements to look forward to. And excuse me, what is going on today? The Steam summer sale is going to be happening soon. I want to pick up some stuff there, so I'm just gonna roll with it. I'm just gonna try and enjoy the summer. I feel like that hasn't happened in a while. I feel like get very sort of caught up in the churn. The churn of adulthood. It doesn't have breaks. It doesn't stop. And it's nice to stop. It's nice to stop and just sit for a little while and be like, oh yeah, I get to live now. Also drink water. Drinking water is a good idea. Speaking of living, speaking of playing games, you guys want to play some games? We're getting pretty close to the end of Horizon, I think. I think we're almost there. So why don't we go ahead and jump on into that and see what we can do. Where is game? There is game. Add on. Alright, so where were we last time? What were we up to in the Forbidden West last time? So previously we had gotten the Omega clearance. We sort of got everyone, including Beta, on board with the plan. And then we returned to San Francisco to help Alva uncover some information to take home. I believe that was most of our accomplishments. We also took care of the Sons of Prometheus. We cleared out First Forge. And then, yeah, there are a couple of other side quests, but nothing too major. And that's still locked. I don't know how we're supposed to get it. good standing. Hope you have a good time at the game. Hope your team wins. And we'll see you next time. Or we'll see you later. Have a good night. Alright. So yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll just head back to base. We can maybe see... See, I'm hoping that this quest has something to do with the tall neck, but that feels like hopium. Go to the ruin with the dragon statue. Where is this? That feels like something else. Okay, yeah, so First to Fly is still blocked by something, so I don't think it's in Bloom. I feel like the tall neck. Yeah, so Wings of the Ten needs to be completed. Where is that? Have I... I don't think I have that quest, right? Shit. Is that gonna be... Okay, so Wings of the Ten. You mentioned a quest over there. Run to the merchant. Hitmaster. I don't think it's here. Suppose it could be. Alright, let's go by a couple of the Tenakth locations and see if Wings of the Ten is available. Gonna be lazy. We're just gonna fast travel.
Honor and strength.
Your enemy is mine. Greetings, warrior.
Okay. I don't see any side quests here.
Greetings, warrior.
Next one would be... Where is it? This guy.
Your blade be bright.
No.
Root was a real about the mission.
I think I might
There
have
walks Atari's champion. Keep your blade bright as well.
Let's make sure it's not like
Outlander.
just out of range or something. Alright. So, yeah, I feel like it's probably here. If it's anywhere. But I am confuzzled.
Always be
I
vigilant.
don't think it would be back in San Francisco because that's not Tenakth territory, that's the Quen. It doesn't really make sense for the Quen to have a side quest about the Ten, you know?
Outlanders see that Regala is treacherous.
Gears and metal and meridian.
I'll turn some of this stuff in while we're here.
Well, good thing I have a little something called strategy.
Talk yourself up all you want.
Collected a few more of these.
Is that playback device working properly?
Yes. Thank you for helping to fix it.
I have more voices for you to preserve.
You honor the fallen.
Okay. So, yeah, so I can turn this in for some upgrade items, right?
We will honor the voices here. Let me know when you're ready to part with them.
But until I know what I need, I don't really want to trade them in.
I'll see if this...
Okay, but no quest there. What is that?
Moments later, the entire grove was filled with lights.
Oh!
Like the days of the first Tenok.
Even Aloy, I was just telling Cavo how you revealed the visions after Regala's attack on the Cool Route.
I've always wondered what Chief Icaro saw and heard the day he conquered the Grove. Now we know.
I'm sorry you don't get to see it too.
It's okay. I know a chaplain who was there.
The deeds of the Ten have always inspired us in battle. Now they will guide us towards peace as well. All thanks to you, Aloy.
Cool! Walk away.
He was the one who killed his squad.
Alright, let's check. Wonder if I can go... Should be able to get out to... Yeah, the pit. Because there's a bunch of stuff up north a little bit. There might be a side quest there. Or they can just put an invisible wall. That's cool too.
I heard they took down a tremor
Lame.
Vala's rebels had captured.
Blood of the Ten. Tremor
May your enemies fall.
Weren't you at the Cool Route?
I never thought we'd see the visions like this.
This is
So,
Good day,
We're
Outlander.
almost-
Let our blades see.
Good day.
I want to check on this, but if I can't find it soon, I'm just gonna say fine, whatever.
Hail, Outlander.
the Tenakth welcome you.
In Hikaro's
Okay, so this is how we get to the arena
We
now.
won't let Regala take the grove.
So that's pit,
visions will guide us.
and then potion cellar, cook,
The visions
prize master.
of the Ten are renewed.
You and the chief saved us at the Cool Route. Thank you.
It's like the Ten have spoken to us anew.
You showed us that Regala's rebellion
Huh. Oh, there is a data point over there. Buena Vita appearance from Micah Cardori to Raul Bishop. Raul, saw your message, thanks. I suspect foul play. Senator Medina is a political animal. I'm pretty sure we're pawns in some kind of scheme to make the most of her planned visit here, even if it means turning us into roadkill on the Beltway. Let me look into it before you talk about a PR strategy, okay? No need to escalate right now. Let me first call Buena Vita, see what's next. The senator has been known to test the waters before committing to anything, and as far as I can tell, she hasn't responded to Sonia's statements yet, which I think is telling. Regardless, we need the senator to visit us as planned. Our standing with pro-reconciliation groups depends on it. From Micah to Sonia Buenavida. Sonia, glad we could talk just now. I know we have our differences, but I feel we share a common interest in keeping the memories of the Hot Zone crisis alive. A museum is a living thing, with exhibits being discussed all the time. In the future, whenever you have suggestions, I will be happy to discuss them before you commit to interviews. I hereby confirm in writing that we have reached the following agreements regarding Senator Maria Medina's visit. 1. The museum route will be altered to accommodate the senator's wishes. The USRC displays in rooms 2 and 4 will be temporarily switched out. My team will update you on the precise items we'll show, but rare earth history will be the main focus. I can confirm we'll have Roberto Medina's combat uniform, the Desert Camo one, in-house on time. It will be prominently displayed in the main hall along with the artifacts Miss Medina bestowed on the museum back in May. 2. Photo ops. Designated press zones include the main hall, rooms 4 and 5, excluding 5.2, and the Crater Memorial. Kindly ask the senator to walk outside no later than 7:30 p.m. Outside conditions will be suboptimal after that. Heavy dust and low sunlight will ruin the pictures. 3. Your office will run the press list. You can confirm your retraction of earlier statements to the press. We're good to go. Ugh, politics.
He's blasting shrapnel.
It is an honor to
Alright, what have you got? Just a bunch of blue shit. Alright, okay.
Your exploits must require
Regala's coming for Hikaru. It won't
Yeah, as far as the upgrade stuff is concerned, so that would need a roller, or no, shield casters. Slitherfang Earth Grinder. Stormbird Storm Cannon. Or Storm Cannon. So yeah, if I wanted to upgrade these, so the Fang Earth Grinder, Rollerback Hammertail. I think the Slither Fang. Ooh, the Storm Cannon probably actually be a good idea. Alright, let's go talk to the Black Box Lady and see if we can't get one of those really quick. So we need 2 of those.
Regala will strike soon.
You have won, Your Honor.
And if we can, then we upgrade our ward though, which I think would be useful.
We would have much less to fear.
But yeah, no sign of that quest.
charging at an enemy, blade in hand.
Which I don't really understand
We walk
how
in
that's
strength.
possible.
I'm still a few little short. Yep, that's her. The champion.
Join JTF-10 for a covert operation deep within.
Can I?
Of course.
I have more.
You honor the.
Alright. Let's see. Stormbird? Perfect. Yeah, give me 2 of those. Or you only have 1 of them. Shit. Okay, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So, I think this means that there's only 1 available, right? Because I can't buy that anymore. I might be able to buy these in duplicate, so I'll go ahead and get the Thunderjaw, because why not? Or no, that's how many are in my pouch. So this isn't bottomless, right? I can't just buy as many storm cannons as I want. I'll still have to go out and kill a Stormbird for its cannon.
Thank you.
Or at least
I will make
detach
sure
it.
this. I'll let you know if I.
Delvers better not steal any more of these recordings.
Alright. Yeah, no quest, but not a bad idea to pick that up while we're here. Yeah, that's not Wings of the 10. It's probably not here. Alright, let's just head back. I'm gonna look it up really quickly. Okay, 16th main quest.
Were you at the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so it's later. It is going to happen, it just isn't going to happen yet. Okay,
I never thought we'd see
that's fine.
Well, good thing I have a little something called strength.
Oh, I still have my
Let
mount.
none doubt the strength of the Outlander's blade. That spear is a weapon of
Let's
real
do that.
strength.
Hey, buddy. Let's ride. Try not to rush anything on. Fuck! I was trying. I was really trying.
Are you almost done?
I was annoyingly impatient at your age, too.
If you see any horned lizards, though, be sure to shout. Oh, come on, buddy, you can get up this. You can get up this. Hell yeah! Good boy. Okay, but you should be able to get down. You should be able to get down. Should be able to get down. There you go. There you go. Good boy. Maybe up this way? I think we have to go around this ridge. No, that... Oh no, there's a tunnel. I hope it goes... Okay, yeah, we're good. Was that a lizard? Doesn't look like it had anything special on it. It was... No! God damn it! It actually had the skin that I needed. Well, it's for a trap pouch though. I don't really care about the trap pouches.
The machine riders from before.
I don't care.
Racing. Wonder what they're up to.
I don't care. There's our way up. Alright, fellas. It's about ready to kick off the whole song and dance.
The old ones fed off livestock a little too much.
Or not. Do ammo crafting. Well, before we do that, where's my stash? I should have some.
From what I'm reading, all the old ones wanted to eat was this stuff called chocolate.
Oh no, no. Where the flip? I'm stupid. There we go. Yes? No. I'm still stupid. It's very annoying that the quest progress only tracks the items that are in your inventory. So when I put stuff in the stash, it doesn't accurately track whether I have it to complete the quest or not. And then like here, I guess I completed one of them, or something was ready to go. But because it's not in my inventory anymore, I can't complete it. That's dumb. And now I have to go back to the stash and grab everything and bring it. I guess I should just stop doing that. I should just keep things in my inventory. It's not like it really changes anything. Alright, good enough.
Kala, hand over the parts.
Yeah, don't have enough for the Slitherfang yet.
We just need to find the right strategy. Forget it. The man is unbeatable at machine strike.
God damn it.
Invented the game. What did you expect?
Alright, so something is ready to go here. Ooh, I can override the Thunderjaw. Yeah, that's worth it. Okay, but that's the only one right now. Still, I'll take that.
Try to be realistic. We're terrible.
Man, nothing here except for the Glow Blast Sharp Shot Bow. I guess I could do the Corrosive Blast Sling, but I don't care that much. And you need Shell Snapper. Bullshit. Okay. A few of these. Okay. Right, and then the last thing that I really should have handled
Whoever
before
replaced parchment with this
is we gotta make sure that all my ammo parts are stocked up, because I keep forgetting to do that. Good. Alright, we're ready. All the others just see Aloy like sprinting back and forth repeatedly. It's like, is she okay?
Welcome back.
Hi, Mom.
Hello, Aloy.
Hey, Gaia. So, me and Beta, I guess you heard what happened.
Yes. I am continuously impressed by the complexity of human relationships.
Yeah, they're not great at it.
Despite the unpleasant circumstances that led to your quarrel. I am pleased to see you have both found an agreeable resolution.
Well, two heads are better than one, right?
Yes, I believe so. Are you ready to depart for Cauldron Gemini? Or we can continue our conversation, if you like.
I think we did all these already.
Beta believes the Zeniths want to use the terraforming system to wipe out life on Earth. Start over, so they can build it how they want.
Further supporting our hypothesis.
But why? Given their technology, they could wipe out the tribes of the world by easier means. And if they're the same people who left Earth 1,000 years ago, Wouldn't they want the biosphere to be as it was?
It is likely they adjusted to different planetary conditions in their colony on Sirius. They may be trying to recreate that environment here.
Turning Earth into a new Sirius. Their own personal playground.
Interesting.
The missing subordinate functions. What can you tell me about them?
Artemis rewilded the Earth with a variety of animal species. Eleuthia was responsible for gestating, nurturing, and acculturating a new generation of human beings. Apollo was tasked with preserving, organizing, and disseminating vast archives of human knowledge and cultural achievements. Unfortunately, all archived Apollo data was purged on the 2nd of February, 2066, by order of Ted Faro.
Ted. Guess he got what he deserved, in the end.
Yes. An igneous conclusion to his pathological narcissism, impulsive tendencies, and instability.
All 3 of the missing functions have already served their purpose, or were prevented from doing so. Do you still need them?
Restoring their remaining elements would increase my heuristic processing density, empowering my overall function. Unfortunately, as we now know they are in the possession of Far Zenith, attaining them in the short term is very likely impossible.
I guess our best shot at recovering them is by taking over the Zenith base. But we'll need Hephaestus and a bunch of combat machines to do that.
Oh, this is gonna get spicy.
Were you able to make use of Poseidon?
Yes. Many rivers, streams, and lakes associated with the regional watershed have been detoxified.
Oh!
As a result, red algae growth levels have seen a marked decline.
Okay.
And as you cleared a particularly strong occurrence, I believe the local hydrosphere is as stable as it can be for now.
Sounds good, mage.
So the Lowland clan will be able to fish the rivers again.
That's why they were saying that the rivers have cleared up recently, except for the one that was being caused by the dam. That was Gaia cleaning things up with Poseidon.
Have you been able to make use of Demeter's functions?
Yes. I was able to mitigate most soil conditions and restore a temporary balance. You should notice less rampant plant growth in the area.
Maybe that'll give Plainsong's fields a chance to recover.
Yes. Given that the Utaru's land gods are functioning properly again, I expect the land will yield a modest harvest.
The first of many, hopefully. You mentioned that the superstorms have subsided. Is that Ether at work?
Yes. Thanks to Ether's capabilities, weather patterns in the local region should mostly stabilize for the time being.
That'll be a relief for the Tenakth. One of their villages is still recovering after a mudslide caused the whole place to flood.
I will continue to stabilize the atmosphere for as long as I can.
Alright. Let's pull the trigger.
Okay, people. It's time to head out.
I'll get everyone together.
Damn, we look cool. This part is definitely gonna get muted in the bot, I'm sorry. And so each team is responsible to break off for their respective cauldrons. One day we'll get that fucking tall neck. Son of a bitch. Alright, back to Gemini.
right, connection's in place. Booting up.
Beta, Aloy. I am fully installed on this core and ready to connect to the Cauldron network.
It's good to hear your voice. Erend, everyone. Fire your pulses and sound off.
I'm at my cauldron. This thingy, it's blinking. Did I do it right? In position at my cauldron. My pulse generator is blinking also.
That means they're working. I'm in position, and mine is too. Mine as well.
Okay. Radio silence until I give the all clear. Signing off. Gaia, let's cage the beast.
Connecting to the Cauldron network now.
So something's gonna go wrong, right?
Elizabeth Sobek, Alpha Prime, activating Omega clearance. Elizabeth Sobek, Alpha Prime, activating Omega clearance.
Clearance confirmed. Initiating containment sequence.
Critical threat detected. Imperative escape containment. Applying countermeasures.
Lock it down!
Terminating external connections.
It's working! It's got nowhere to go!
Capture imminent. Initiating containment. 13F.
Wait, what's that?
Malware detected. Attempting to compensate.
It's cracked.
Look!
Uh-oh.
Facility activated. Engaging autonomous defenses.
Uh-oh.
Directive neutralize.
That means machines are on their way.
Alright, Varl, protect Beta.
Get ready!
Here they come!
Beta, hide.
I'll stay here. Protect Beta.
Got it.
Be careful. Not gonna hold there.
You stop that.
Oh.
Oh, what the fuck?
Stay back!
Ow.
Get back!
Oh, okay. Ow, ow, ow.
Over here, you!
Oh my god.
Aloy, you wounded?
I'm okay.
Aloy, get a hand over here!
I'm a little busy right now, so if you could like deal with that, I will get to you guys as soon as I can, alright?
Draw it away from Beta!
You see the part why I'm like dealing with a giant cat monster?
Get somewhere safe, Aloy.
Stay back!
It's really angry.
Yeah, they do that a lot.
Get back!
Oh, okay. Ow.
Are you okay?
Ow. No. Down.
That's all of them for now.
Ow.
Check on Beta and Varl.
Well, that took way too much of my health. Pop that, get some shield health up too.
You two okay?
Still breathing.
Aloy, Hephaestus can't escape, but it must have fled deeper into the facility. I'll drive it back here.
I'll get the cracked core fixed in the meantime.
Sounds good.
Keep her safe, Varl.
All my life.
You think that rock's gonna be fine there? It's probably gonna be fine. It's just, it's a little awkward, you know? Oh, supply cache. Okay. Oh, that had some berries. That had a lot of berries, actually. That's good. That's good, because that was running very low on health.
Okay, I gotta chase after Hephaestus. Force it out of wherever it's hiding. Make it retreat to the core.
Go hunt a god. Son of a...
No, you don't, Hephaestus! I'll find another way over.
Aloy, I'm patched into your focus feed. You should know there's a huge power draw coming from the next chamber.
Thanks for the heads up. I'm almost there.
Ooh, shiny. Yes, more potions. Oh!
It's some kind of production chamber. Hephaestus is up to something, all right?
What kind of machine is it trying to build?
I don't
Unclear.
know, but I'm gonna shut it down. I bet those metal carriers will lead me to where it's getting materials from.
I bet that's where Hephaestus is hiding too.
Fair bet. Okay, so we gotta go that way. Why do I get the sense it's making something I haven't seen yet? The biggest, baddest murder bot?
I gotta find where Hephaestus is hiding. Looks like there are a couple of ways I could go. Well, that doesn't sound good. Machines are making a beeline for another chamber. I better follow them. I might be able to catch a ride on the rail. Go over the shield.
Aloy, I've managed to rewire most of the components in the core, but the energy processor's cracked. Without a way to fabricate another...
I gotta find a way past this shield.
I already know how to get past the shield, you just didn't grab it. So if you could actually, like, do the thing this time, that would be great.
Maybe there's a way over the
Yeah,
shield.
I got it! Thank you.
Okay. Now how to drive Hephaestus out of here.
There should be a node you can override, near the central platform.
Thanks. But maybe I should deal with these machines first.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Oh, fuck off with that. Fuck! what? You already aggroed all the other ones because you fucking suck and I hate you. Can I sneak? Can I sneak? Let me sneak. Let me sneak. Let me sneak. Thank you. Red Eye Watcher. A plate printer. What? No, show me the machine. Thank you. The heck is that? A vent. Okay, I see. I gotta get to that somehow.
Machine's weak to fire.
Fire, you say? And he's off. Come on, walk steady. Here he comes. There's someone else here. No. Weird. When I heard something. There he goes. That was a good crit. Yeah, I'm hearing a bunch of noises. I don't know what the noises are. And where the fuck are my rocks? There you are.
Time to follow up.
There we go. Alright.
Activating countermeasures deploying secondary defenses. Intruder non-calling.
Oh, great. More machines on the way.
Beta! Hephaestus has locked me out of the node. Any ideas?
I'll see what I can do.
Alright, what are we dealing with? Alright, looks like just the two of them. Oh, they're like stuck though? Oh, I don't think it's stuck anymore. Ow! night, you little shit. Okay, and now he comes through. Alright, weak against ice. I don't have any frost damage. I think I might have... What do I have that does frost damage? Anything? Oh, I've got that. Alright, sure. Let's get noisy. Oh, here he comes.
I have to reload first.
Quickly? That's a weak spot? Weird. Elobacks are a weird enemy. I'm gonna be honest, I don't fully get them. Oh shit, there's another one! Where'd you come from? Whatever, I'll take your tail. Ow! Bitch! Really? Can we get up, please? Really? Oh yeah, you think you're really cute. Ow! Is it dead? Not dead. Now it's dead.
I tapped into the core's network hub. I managed to disrupt Hephaestus' control of the node. You should be able to override it now.
Sweet.
Nice. Thanks.
We got a little hairy.
It sounds like it fled to another chamber.
Well, it better not get comfortable.
Alright, shields down. Looking for this growing trade and sending. Apparently soon, T2 and Tier 3 subs will be able to send gifts.
Great.
Huh.
Hephaestus covered the floor with lightning. I gotta find a way over it.
Aloy! More machines keep coming!
Interesting.
Please tell me you're getting close!
I'm working on it. I've been smashing through a lot of machines on my side, too.
I guess Aaron's missing out!
Aloy, I'm making progress on the bypass,
Oh, that was
but
close.
I need something to hold the cycling module together.
Maybe a ligament from one of the machine carcasses?
Right? Or some luminous braiding.
And you could reinforce it with a conversion cylinder.
For increased connectivity. I think we can do this, Aloy.
Hey. She's starting to believe.
I should be able to catch a ride on one of those metal carriers.
So, would it be like any gift? Because I feel like that could be horribly abused. Or is it gonna be like emotes? Supposed to be restrictions. Yeah, I'm sure they'll put very thorough restrictions and well structure it so that they can properly moderate all the gifts that people want to upload.
Just a little longer. All right. I need to drive Hephaestus out of here.
There should be another node to override.
Think of specifics.
Got it.
Yeah. Well, until they have the system completely set up, that's, you know, not unreasonable, but still, yeah, it would be helpful to know a little bit more specifically. This is not good.
Saw me.
Yeah, it saw me. I landed right in front of it. I was hoping to land on it, but I guess we can't have nice things, right? That was pretty clean, though. Okay, no focus for a second. I don't know where the other machines are. I saw some of them coming in, but I don't see them now. Oh shit, there he is. Alright. That's actually a pretty effective combo. Yeah, it does seem like they're trying to say they're trying to put more control over the system, which
one hit with a shock arrow should trigger a chain reaction.
I kind of get it, but also, yeah, fuck you guys. So alright, I think that's good. Are we clear? For now. I can somewhat understand Twitch's perspective of 7TV being impossible to moderate, so they want to provide an in-house system that sort of does the same job so that they don't have to keep trying to police it / take accountability for it. I get that. But at the same time, they would need to provide an absolutely comparable or superior service, which I don't think they're going to do. And you rarely endear your community to you by being adversarial to the tools that the community is already using, right?
Sensor array K29. Autonomous defenses.
Oh, here we go again.
Where are those?
Oh, that doesn't sound good. I'll try to get your access back.
Where are they? There's one. No, I don't care about the fucking frame smelter. Tell me about the machine that I am about to fight. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, that's a fucking Triceratops. Goddamn. Alright, up. Get away from that, get away from that. We'll deal with the smaller thing first. I win. Alright, one down. Next, that guy. Oh shit. Run. Two down. Damn, he exploded. There is nothing left of him. I mean, it's probably somewhere, I just don't see it. Okay. Destroyed when killed. Okay, let's see if we can't tag the horns for removal, and then we have the cluster launchers to take off, so we'll try and get rid of those real quick, like. Alright. So, where is my sonic arrows? Wait, did you? You dumbass. Knocked yourself over. No more clusters. Stop that.
There goes its...
Yeah, you better run. Punk ass bitch, you know what's coming next.
That's all.
And there. Node access restored. Now you can override it.
Good work.
You did the heavy lifting.
Now where'd that other guy go? There he is. No? No, that's someone else. That's the Grim Horn. There he is. Not much in there, but still. Oh, there's like a... I don't know what that pulse is actually doing, but it doesn't matter at this point. Alright, are we good?
Okay. Festus is running out of places to hide.
I'll take this with me.
Aloy? I just registered a huge energy surge back in the production chamber. Something big is happening.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Here too. Everything's glowing.
That machine Festus was building. It must have finished it.
Really quick. We got a bunch of skill points. So let's see if we can't get anything that'll give us some last minute health. Let's see. Riding a machine instantly energizes spear for resonator blast. I don't care. Build up valor faster, I guess. Targets remain energized for longer. I already have that. Gradually gain health inside a smoke bomb. But then I would have to use smoke bombs, and I ain't about that. Sure, more valor. Why not? There's really like almost nothing else to get that I actually would make use of. I'm kinda capped out. And God, I never use any of these super abilities. That's kind of cool. Whatever.
It's powerful, whatever it is. I'm almost done with the core repairs. Should we come to you? Maybe I could distract the machine if...
No.
No, Beta. Just stay where you are, okay? Handling the machine's my job.
Okay.
Intruder.
Be safe.
Not one. Not captured. Repair. Cauldron Tower.
Yeah, you recognize me.
Cauldron. You summoned Cauldron Iona. Sieged Cauldron Chi. Disrupted Cauldron Tower. You are a violation, but no war.
It's nice to be appreciated for your work. Alright, what nightmare have you cooked up for us this time?
Your interference will be terminated. Deploying priority unit S Mark 1.
Oh.
I should scan it first.
Yeah, no
Those things
shit.
on its legs are glowing.
Slaughter spine. Okay, what are we dealing with? Processing capsule. I don't even see where on its body that is. Purge waters canisters along its neck. Metal bite on its shoulder. Plasma core kind of in its gut. An earth blaster in its crotch. Probably want to deal with that. Energizers along its body. It looks like. Spine launchers. I remember dealing with this before. Okay. Should get rid of those for sure. Capacitor capsules. See if we can get rid of that. Don't really need to worry about the antenna, and then the tail canisters are just additional things. Spine metal lancers on the tail. Ooh, good soup.
I think it's charging up.
Well. Let's see if we can get it to stop charging up.
It finished charging. It's covered in plasma.
Oh no. Oh no.
Got its tail. And it dropped a heavy weapon.
Ah!
It got
Fuck!
plasma on me.
Ow!
It's gonna explode any second.
Ow! Fuck! Oh my god! That's just like all my health. I'm sorry, you did what? Okay, where are the spine lancers? Unless you don't have them? Ow! Bitch!
It's charging up again.
Oh! Oh my god, what did I hit?
It won't fire without ammo loaded. Maybe purge water can dampen its attack.
That hurt it. Can you please select the right ammo type now? Thank you. Ow! Fuck! something. Oh, hell yeah.
How do you like me now?
Ow, fuck! I think he's fine with me. I don't think he finds that very impressive. Shot to the heart, and you're too late. You give
There should be one more note to override.
Good. Stand by. I'm sending Hephaestus back to you.
Alright. Yes, it was a Spinosaur. It was a laser Spinosaur. Honestly, not a bad fight. I really like the enemy, like, designs, both aesthetically and mechanically, in this game. I think a lot of the new machines are really fun to fight. I wish they hadn't brought back the Frozen Wilds enemies because those are not fun, but the new ones have all been very satisfying.
No more hiding, Hephaestus!
Retreating to facility core.
Got it! Hephaestus is back in the core!
Make sure it stays there. I'm heading back.
And then we can start the merge.
Because of you, Beta. I'm glad you came along. And you, Varl. We couldn't have done any of this without you.
Oh.
Right back at you.
Why is that a flag? Why is that a red flag? Oh, now we have trouble.
Gliding in.
Aloy, the bypass is done.
The core is stable. Hephaestus is 100% contained. Now we better get started with the merge.
Yeah, I saw it.
It's all set up. Gaia, establish the link, please.
Done.
Okay, to complete the merge, we need to excise Hephaestus' malicious code. Carefully.
Okay. I do wish we had computer systems like this. I don't know why. It would just be fun. This is taking too long.
Aloy!
Okay, but it looks good. Oh, a fairy. Hey, listen. Yep, there's the trouble.
Well, hello, redundant copy. You've cost us quite a lot of time. Eric, get Beta. And squash that bug while you're at it.
Okay, shield is not that good. I mean, yeah, he's not gonna die, but...
Get behind me.
Laurel.
Come on! Quit screwing around.
Now we're having fun, right?
Finally. Tilda, get Gaia and Hephaestus ready for transport.
Oh, shit.
Tilda!
I failed.
Hush. All is not lost.
Tilda! What the hell are you doing?
Aw.
Stop her!
I can't even see her.
Is anyone else super confused?
Beta. Varl. Where am I?
Ah, you're awake. You took quite a hit when Gerard attacked you. I imagine you must still be in a great deal of pain. I can assure you that we are safe. The others can't detect us here.
You mean the other Zeniths? You must be Tilda.
I wasn't sure if Beta would have told you about me.
Where is she?
Alive. And while she isn't where she wants to be, not in urgent danger. We must discuss how to get her back, of course, after you've shaken off the cobwebs. When you're ready, take the stairs down the hall and come see me. In the meantime, I'll make breakfast.
Breakfast? Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I still have my focus.
Why did Tilda bring me here?
This isn't the base. Somehow I doubt she stopped to get Varl.
What was all this for? Some kind of survival bunker?
I'm gonna be really pissed if they killed Varl. What the
What is this?
Just a few favorites from my collection. Rescued and stored here just before I went off-world. Take a look, if you like. I'm curious to hear your impressions.
My friend is dead. Beta and Gaia are gone, and you want me to look at old paintings?
Don't be so quick to dismiss the comfort we can find in art. Or the insight we might gain.
An Endymion. Also, I hear something very big thumping around and is giving me concerns. Jeremiah lamenting the destruction of Jerusalem. For her personal... I guess so. Maybe it was her fallback plan if Zenith didn't work. Rembrandt's son Titus in a monk's habit. 1960. Oh, I know this one. Very famous painting. One of the great examples of chiaroscuro. On the high seas by Willem van de Velde, known as the Gust. Wait, where's the examiner? Hello?
She's pulling out her own hair. Out of madness, out of grief. It's hard to watch her suffer.
Stunning, isn't it? Paintings were the only masterpieces of my people's golden age. This is Von Vianen's Lidded Ewer, molded from a single sheet of silver.
Wow.
What was it for?
How like Elizabeth you are. Function over form. Its practical purpose was less important than its meaning. Von Vianen created it in honor of his late brother, who himself was a famous silversmith.
A memorial?
Yes. Such beauty from sorrow.
I'm surprised they didn't censor them. I feel like censoring the naked form in art is a very weird thing, I feel like. Like, I get where you're coming from, but it would be kind of destructive, you know?
My favorite pairing on the left is Woman Reading a Letter by Vermeer, a true master. And on the right is a forgery, Woman Reading Music, which fooled experts into believing it was a priceless original. Early in my career, I became fascinated with such deceptions. Eventually, I developed scanning software that could detect fakes with unparalleled accuracy.
Is that how you made enough money to buy your way onto the Odyssey?
Oh,
no, I totally get where you're coming from.
I made my real fortune later.
Also, it's just boobs.
Selene and Endymion. She's the goddess of the moon, whereas he's a simple shepherd.
I'll do that just so the
Beside
Bob doesn't
her
get in
is
trouble.
the god of love, Cupid.
So she's sneaking up on him?
More like visiting him in secret. The torch that Cupid bears represents Selene's undying infatuation with him. Though the two must remain apart, her love will forever burn. This is Rembrandt painting Jeremiah, a man in mourning.
Mourning what?
His home. The ancient city of Jerusalem. He foresaw its impending doom, but could do nothing to prevent it. So instead, he saved its treasures from destruction, just as I saved these works. You could say we're kindred spirits.
It's a little self-aggrandizing. But sure.
A portrait of the painter, Rembrandt's son Titus, depicted in the habit of a monk.
I don't get it. Why would someone like you, with infinite resources, care about this painting of a boy in a hood?
It's not the image itself, but the feeling it conveys. The face is bright and defined, but his eyes are downcast, heavy with misfortune. And the background seems to swallow all light. The painting is infused with a sense of loss.
I guess I understand how the painter feels.
Rembrandt's The Night Watch, by far the most famous painting my homeland ever produced. It was commissioned to honor a militia made up of influential citizens.
I guess you must have been an influential citizen.
In my day. But not as influential as you've been in this new world.
What if Aloy just stabbed the painting? Just took her spear and like ripped it in half.
The Gust. By Willem van de Velde, the most famous of his many maritime paintings.
A ship crossing into the unknown. I guess you're familiar with that.
Indeed, which is why I appreciate this composition in particular. Though waves and wind threaten to destroy the ship, it perseveres, clinging to the light even as darkness closes in all around it.
Right, I guess that's everything.
A lot of weight on his shoulders. I know the feeling.
It's not Atlas. I'm not sure what sculpture that is, though.
Done so soon?
I've got more important things to worry about.
We both do. There is much we are trying to save. Not the least of which is in that vault. There's nothing wrong with savoring such treasures for a moment more.
The house.
There you are. Feeling better?
No?
How did you find us? At the cauldron? And what did you do to everyone right before I passed out?
All business, I see. Well, suffice it to say we were keeping a very close eye on Hephaestus, knowing we would need it at some point. Your ruse didn't fool us, and as for my little trick, it was an overload of the senses, accompanied by an energy discharge. Gerard and Eric were only momentarily disoriented due to their shields, but it rendered you unconscious while I got you out. Perhaps some breakfast might steady you a bit?
Dude, my best bro is dead. Not exactly down for muffins and apples.
This was your house. The one you recreated for Beta, in the data channel you shared.
How perceptive of you. Please, this way.
After everything your people have done, you think I'm just gonna sit down and have a chat with you?
They're not my people. They never were, and especially not now.
You shot off into space with them, and lived with them for 1,000 years before coming back. So what made you suddenly turn on them?
Quite simply, this.
My old focus. You repaired it? But that means you've seen
incredible things. What you've accomplished in 2 decades of life. A 1,000 years at my back, and I haven't even come close. I'm sorry if I invaded your privacy, but I had to. In order to understand. To be enlightened. You truly are Elizabeth's blood. With her drive, her sense of mission, her integrity. Watching all this shamed me for the company that I've kept. Having seen it, all I want is to help you.
even if it means stopping your friends?
Especially so. Please, sit down. There. That's better. Now, we must recover Beta and Gaia at all costs. By now, you must know that Gerard intends to use Gaia to reboot the Earth's biosphere. Remaking this world to specifications that would only suit us immortals. This process will kill every living thing on the planet. He calls it a clean install.
Jesus.
Not if I stop him first.
Not if we do. And once he and the others are gone, we can work together to fulfill Elizabeth's dream. I'm sure Beta told you that there's a build of the Apollo database on board our ship. A complete collection of human knowledge. With that and Gaia, we could do everything Elizabeth wanted. Heal the biosphere, educate the people of this world, uplift them. Create the world she imagined.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. From what I've seen, your friends are invincible.
I do wish you would stop calling them my friends. And they're not invincible. In fact, a friend of yours has found a way to defeat them.
I'm just gonna pause really quickly. I noticed she has the shield on. Like, it's not just a defensive mechanism. I think Gaia is right. They can't survive in Earth's biosphere. They are walking around with an environmental suit all the time. Because if it punctured, if that shield goes down, they'll probably suffocate. I don't know what they did on Sirius, but they fucked up.
Silence.
Oh, he's been a busy bee, building an army powerful enough to crash through Gerard's precious base.
Yeah. Regala and her rebels.
Even now she's preparing a final march on the Tenakth capital. When she wins, she'll have the entire tribe under her control. Hundreds of warriors and machines to throw at the base. She's been duped. They'll all perish, of course. But it should be enough to break Gerard's defenses and allow Silence to kill him. Along with all the others.
Using the new weapon he's developed.
Yes, he's found a way to circumvent our shields. Truly an exceptional man. He's planned for everything. Except you and me. You see, while his army is battering down Gerard's doors, you and I will sneak in through a back way. One that only I know about. While Silence and my friends are busy battling each other, we'll take back Beta and Gaia. I told you I want to help you. I mean it.
There are so many problems with this. Like, obviously, I get what Tilda's plan is, right? Like, let them exhaust each other on the front lines while they go in for the assassination. But one, I don't fully trust that Tilda isn't just waiting to be the last one standing, right? Two, this plan would require Regala to win. Also not good. Three, it would require Silence to win, which... Nah.
You said Beta is not in urgent danger, so what are the Zeniths doing to her?
Putting her to work. Merging Hephaestus with Gaia. A difficult, time-consuming task, as I'm sure you know. They will compel her if need be. But her life is not in danger. She's the only one who can do it.
Because you people made her to be nothing but a tool.
Gerard's idea, not mine. They always viewed me with suspicion when I attempted any form of kindness towards her. That's why I created the data channel. A virtual place where we could speak in peace.
So this channel you shared with Beta, none of the other Zeniths ever found out about it.
Gerard believes he's the most cunning of all of us. Even after 1,000 years, he still can't imagine that I would outwit him. The channel allowed me to interact with Beta away from their mistrustful eyes. It offered us a chance to be ourselves.
Until you cut off all contact.
Yes. Though it pained me. I was worried that our meetings would do her more harm than good.
Well, she felt like you tossed her aside.
I was afraid the others would find out and punish her. She may not have had the comforts of friendship anymore, but at least I ensured she was safe. I know it seems harsh, but you must believe that her well-being has always been paramount to me.
Don't trust her autism. Hasn't explained her friends and how they might change plans now that she is gone. That's true. I mean, granted, they might have always kind of considered her a necessary but unwelcome party, so they might not be sad that she is gone, but yes, they might revise some of their plans. If I had a close ally defect, I would change every security weakness twice. Also very true. Yeah, looking at it from that way, it's like, okay, so we've always kind of been a little sus about her, and now she is like clearly a liability.
Why did you make the data channel look like this place?
I built this house as a shelter to weather any storm. A safe place. Not just for me, but for the art stored below. Cultural artifacts of incalculable value. Truly some of the greatest achievements of human civilization.
And you wanted Beta to see them?
Yes. Her upbringing was so cold and technical. I thought if she could experience Vermeer and Rembrandt, it would bring something else into her life. A heritage every bit as valuable as the scientific and technical data being drummed into her. I'm sorry I had to cut off contact, but I'll never regret sharing this house with her. She needed its shelter even more than I did.
Beta told me your colony was destroyed.
Yeah, let's get to this
You
part.
came back to Earth because you had nowhere else to go.
It's true. After we reached our destination, a planet in the Sirius star system, we spent decades building a new home. The physical constraints of Earth, the boundaries of mortality, gone. To think of what we could have done with it.
But then?
It might have been a utopia. Instead, we stagnated, absorbed in effortless comforts and virtual realities. It took a cataclysm to finally yank us out of our stupor.
What happened?
A massive geological event. We knew of instabilities in the planet core, but we underestimated them. By the time the collapse was upon us, it was too late to stop it. Only a few of us made it to the ship in time.
Damn.
We set course for Earth, the only safe harbor left to us.
Which you decided to make unsafe for anyone else.
Not me. Gerard. He believes it's better to wipe the canvas clean than work around the smudges. No more primitive tribes, no more combat machines, only a blank slate to do with as he pleases. But we will stop him. All we have to do is get into that base.
Well, it doesn't sound like Beta and Tilda had a lot of time to discuss those things, and, you know, I think just looking at a handful of paintings is also not enough to provide the total experience that Tilda would have wanted. I'm sure it did not nothing, but yeah, it wasn't enough. So I've talked before, like, Tilda makes it sound like the planet is gone, right? Like some kind of Krypton level shit, just to keep using the metaphor that it ripped itself apart or something. And maybe it did, but I've talked before about how there's evidence that Venus doesn't have any plate tectonics, right? Because it has no water to lubricate the movement of its surface. So the entire surface is just hardened into a shell, a single continuous rocky surface. But the core is still churning. It is still generating heat and energy, which just builds and builds and builds until eventually the entire thing just cracks like an egg and pours magma over the surface and basically resets massive sections of the planet's surface. And I don't think this has happened in, you know, tens of millions of years, and probably won't happen for a long time to come. But I imagine it'd be something more like that, right? That's like, okay, Sirius at some point basically just did like a geological reset and wiped its surface clean, and they were able to get off, but most of the Sirius colony, or, you know, Sirius civilization was consumed.
What exactly is your plan to sneak into the Zenith base?
We will make use of a lesson I learned from an early age. always know your exits. In this case, a place where Gerard's new construction meets the ancient foundation, a passage that only I can access. When Silence flings his army at the base, we will enter through this back door, bypassing most of the fighting. The distraction will provide us with a window in which to rescue Beta and Gaia.
Once we're inside the base, where will we find Beta and Gaia?
Here in the command center. By then, Gaia will have been reunited with all of its subordinate functions, including Hephaestus.
What about the alpha build of Apollo on your ship?
A simple matter of recovery once the others have been dealt with. With that in hand, we'll have everything we need to make this world as it should be.
Okay.
How do you know about Silence's plan?
He isn't the only one adept at spyware.
You hacked his focus?
No, he's too careful for that. But his subordinates?
Oh!
Not so much.
There!
He gave additional focuses to the tribals he branded the Sons of Prometheus.
The ones working with Regalla.
By tapping their focuses, I learned about most of his dealings. The distribution of override technology, the arming of Tanakh rebels, and the secret pact with Regalla to attack Gerard's base.
But how did he come up with a weapon that can take down your shields?
That's the one thing I haven't been able to figure out, but however he did it, I'm quite certain it will work. With it and the Tanakh army, victory seems to be within his grasp. Such a shame he'll be disappointed.
I feel like you can't just leave that as an open end. That's a smoking gun. That's a Chekhov right there. I feel like they're the equivalency of showing art to a toddler and expecting them to understand the emotion captured. Yeah, and I remember in elementary school we had we had like art classes, right? And sometimes we would get to actually like make stuff, but some of them would be art appreciation where we would like look at art and talk about it. And yeah, elementary schoolers, like you try and get them to appreciate art and it's like, I don't know, it's not pretty, so I don't like it.
Regalla's only interested in killing Hekarro and waging war on the Karja. What does she have to gain by attacking Zeniths?
It's the price she must pay for her war. Without the ability to override machines, her little rebellion would have languished in the desert.
So she trades with the Sons of Prometheus. Machines to help her overthrow Hekarro.
In exchange for an assault on the base. Pride has deluded her into thinking she can actually survive such a battle. And all without ever knowing who the Sons of Prometheus really answer to. Yet for all of Silence's brilliance, still he underestimates you. That blind spot is what will allow us to take Beta and Gaia right out from under him.
While hundreds of Tanakh are cut down outside. My old focus. How did you find it, let alone repair it?
When we encountered you at the Hades Proving Lab, Gerard saw you as a redundancy. I knew better. You were a revelation.
Okay.
After your dramatic escape, bravo, by the way. Gerard and Eric assumed you were dead and gave up the hunt. I wasn't so sure. When the others were busy, I returned to the lab and searched for any trace of you. That's when I found this little treasure. Not easy to repair, but certainly worth the effort. As I watched your life unfold, you were like a splash of color on a worn canvas. What Liz was, and more.
Did you show it to the others?
Of course not. It was your actions that inspired me to defy them. It's worth noting that if I hadn't found it and watched its contents, I wouldn't have known to save you at the cauldron. You'd be dead.
So I should be grateful?
If you like.
Tilda knows how to step carefully. I feel like that's what makes her dangerous.
So you know all about me. What about you?
What would you like to know?
Well, start with your life on Earth.
When I was 8, terrorists flooded my home city.
Oh.
Thousands drowned, my parents included. I was one of the few who survived. My guardian sent me to boarding school.
Shit.
Among my peers, I was the strange girl, the orphan to be avoided. All because of circumstances beyond my control.
Oh. So we're a lot alike, huh?
Aren't we? You were an outcast. But you didn't let that stop you from getting what you needed. Neither did I. I climbed my way out of desolation and used my wits to build a fortune. First, from the technical analysis of art and the detection of forgeries. Profitable expertise in those days. But as it turned out, the software I developed was even more useful for counterintelligence.
Huh?
From there, it was only a short step to gathering extremely valuable intelligence on my own.
You were a spy?
More like a service one could turn to for information.
That's not better.
I had to remain anonymous, of course, to protect my privacy. But despite that anonymity, Far Zenith inevitably sought me out.
Huh.
What happened when Far Zenith approached you?
They painted an irresistible vision of humanity's future. One where we need not fear illness or death, where we explored the furthest reaches of the stars and thrived. It was only later that I realized that they only intended to bequeath this future to the rich and powerful. By the time I finally figured it out, the walls were closing in, Pharaoh's machines were devouring the Earth. So I accepted Far Zenith's invitation to a berth on the Odyssey. I wanted Liz to come, but she had nobler plans, as you well know.
Not really a chance to change the tide of it, but stay behind and don't get to do anything. Being a pretty vital piece of intel. What does she get out of this? So far she hasn't explained that, and she wouldn't have a habitat without the clean slate. Well, I don't know. So I do want to go back and check one of the data points, because I believe one of the conversations that we found before is her talking with Elizabeth. It is not impossible that she genuinely wants that future that Far Zenith painted, right? A world that is better for everyone, where everyone can grow and thrive. Potentially at the cost of her not having a world that she can live on naturally. Possibly. But yeah, 1,000 years of living in a den of vipers. It sounds like the Earth that she grew up in wasn't exactly accommodating either.
So you didn't know the other Zeniths were monsters until it was too late?
I knew some of them were, certainly. It wasn't until we were off-planet that I understood the true scope of their greed. I was grateful to simply be alive, but the others became obsessed with a kind of effortless immortality. They built a colony where machines serviced their every need, where any memory or fantasy could be endlessly savored in virtual reality.
How old are
It
them?
wasn't life. It was stultifying, a pampered dream state. As the decades passed, I withdrew more and more, alone yet again, but this time with eons to consider my mistakes. Now finally, having met you, I feel like I have a second chance.
To do what?
Help you, of course. To fulfill Liz's dream, which isn't so different from Farzenith's original vision.
Original pitch.
A better future for humanity.
So you knew Elizabeth. What was she like?
Liz was everything she was. I see in you. And more. Your ingenuity, your determination, your moral compass.
She keeps spinning
You've
this
managed
around.
to distill her greatest qualities and make them your own.
I'm not asking about me.
Good. Good. Yes.
Tell me about Elizabeth.
That.
What was she really like?
The honest answer is that I don't actually know. For all the time that I spent with her, she always kept a part of herself locked away. It was like that from the moment we met.
So when you met Elizabeth, she was what? Distant? Aloof?
Not aloof. Not exactly. It was a summit in Paris about machine learning. A touchy subject in those days. Because regulatory authorities were just starting to clamp down on AIs. Liz gave the keynote address. She had already achieved great renown for her work in automated environmental reclamation. But in her address, she was just starting to imagine the next step. An AI-driven system that wouldn't just act on its programming, but actually take responsibility for its sphere of influence.
To care about life. Not just follow orders.
Gaia.
Revolutionary stuff. I was fascinated. And I wanted to meet her for a long time. I watched her after her talk. She had spoken with such moral authority, such empathy. But after that, she retreated. I could tell she felt uncomfortable with all of her admirers. It was as if giving the talk had cost her something. I didn't want to be a pest, so I planned my approach carefully.
So how did you finally approach Elizabeth after her talk?
I picked the right moment. The morning of the next day, right as she came back to the conference, she had just had her coffee. She was fresh, rested. It was like she had braced herself for the onslaught of colleagues. I asked if I could walk with her, then put forth a question about her talk that I thought was intelligent. Her answer made me realize it wasn't, but she was very welcoming. Almost as if we were previously acquainted. It was only halfway through the conversation that I realized she knew exactly who I was. It was quite a shock to me. My business was trafficking in secrets, and I took great pains to protect my anonymity. So that was Liz, perpetually one step ahead. I came to view our meeting as a metaphor for our friendship. She always seemed to know me far better than I knew her.
I guess I know the feeling. First Varl. Now Hekarro and the Tenakth. Your plan would wipe out an entire tribe. There has to be another way.
We are in an admittedly desperate situation, but I assure you there isn't. Remember Zero Dawn. Elizabeth's sacrifice. Sometimes many have to die for a new world to grow.
If it looks impossible, look deeper. Wait. The data channel. It still exists, doesn't it? I need you to open it. Let me talk to Beta.
I don't think Beta's
Impossible.
gonna be in a
We might be
receptive mood.
It's worth the risk. There is another way, one where the Tenakth survive.
But we won't. If the others...
If you want to help, open it.
Oh. Now how does Beta get in here? Oh. Okay, there's a little pause there. She's not looking so good.
What are they doing to her?
Virtual reality dissociation. The manual merge of Hephaestus will take hours upon hours of tedious micromanagement. If she resists the work, they run simulations to induce feelings of isolation and despair.
Jesus.
Beta, can you hear me?
You're alive. They're watching me. I can't hold up this extra projection for long. You should have killed me.
No. No, look at me. I'm coming for you. I promise, okay? I just need you to hold out a little while longer and work on the merge.
Then I think it can be done.
I'll contact again when it's time. Can you hold on?
As long as I know you're coming for me, I can endure anything.
All right. I did as you asked. Now I think you need to tell me what you're planning.
I'm going to take Sylens' army away. I don't need it. Only the weapon he made to penetrate your shields.
And how do you propose to get it? Ask him nicely?
Without Regala and her rebels, he won't have a choice. We'll be his only option.
So we kill Regala.
Only option for what? What did you tell her?
That is between me and my sister. Will be Sylens' only option for crashing that base. I'll tell you the rest later. But first, there are a couple of things I have to do.
Oh. And what are those?
Lay my friend to rest. And then I'm going to use the override that Beta gave me at Gemini to put an end to Regala's rebellion. From the air.
Oh!
Wait. Since you insist on doing things your way, I know of something that will truly help you make a grand entrance with the Tenakth. The ancient Horus Titans still possess electromagnetic energy cells as part of their arsenal. Drop one of those on Regala's army and they'll receive quite a surprise.
Oh, an EMP.
So go, do what you must. I'll come to your base if you manage to bring Sylens to the table.
Not if. When. I'll have to find more machine sites to get the parts I need.
Jesus, alright. Oh, 07, Varl. You didn't deserve this. What was it? Sterling Malkeith's Isit Enigma. Weird data corruption. All the makings of the next big thing! A much ballyhooed acquisition from an art historian turned technologist, no less. Bleeding edge science and a great narrative to boot. The application was called Isit, after young Christ in the Temple, as a well-known Vermeer forgery. By creating perfect holographic scans of individual layers of a painting and comparing them to a vast library of artistic works, it was able to identify fakes with an unprecedented level of accuracy. But it was clear to Sterling executives that the program's ability to match and identify patterns had broad applications outside of the art world, as a tool for security, counter-surveillance, or digital authentication. It could prove just as revolutionary as it had as its intended role, which is why they were willing to sign a 9-figure agreement for it, blasting news of the deal to every outlet in the tech media. 2 years later, the project collapsed in a chaotic jumble of lawsuits, recriminations, and accusations of sabotage. So what went wrong? Who was responsible? And most importantly, what happened to the underlying technology, which, by all accounts, was far more powerful than the vaporware label applied by disgraced executives? Did she sell them the technology, let them upgrade it, and then evaporate it to keep a copy for herself? She continued to, like, do work as a security and data broker. So the tools to do that had to continue to exist somewhere. Where's that metal flower? Yeah, I do not fully trust her. I think in sort of a similar dealing with Silence, for the time being, we can work with her. I think our objectives will be aligned to the point that we can trust her to be on side. How long that will be the case, unclear. Okay, now it's underneath. Rotterdam Retrospective. Cyber attack by far-right anti-migrant group Purity Action Europe reversed key instructions to the city's new storm surge barriers, rendering them fully open during a massive extratropical cyclone. Resulting flood cascaded through the city in a matter of minutes, effectively wiping it from the face of the earth. I was one of the lucky ones, recalled survivor Tilda Vandermeer, who was 8 at the time of the attack. My family was wealthy. We had a watertight vault for some of our most precious belongings. My father locked me inside when he went to look for my mother. So I waited there, in silence as the waters rose, praying every moment that my parents would return. They never did. As horrible as that sounds, Tilda was lucky indeed. In addition to her parents, the flood killed more than 100,000 people, including approximately 40,000 climate refugees from Data Corrupted. MDM from a server and had a spike moment. Random question was, what is a song that always puts you in a good mood? I replied, The Sound of Silence. I love the tastefulness of it. Okay, it's over there. Also just a good song. Fuck? Okay, so it's like in this room. Oh, there you go. There you go. Well, what does this get me? Seems like just a couple of chests.
Pack's full, but my stash has room.
Alright. It's kind of valuable. Can't break this glass, apparently. Anyway. We gotta get going. We have a lot of work to do. Not nearly enough time to do it. Where the fuck? Okay. Oh, it's a long way. I don't suppose I have my mount, do I? Good boy. Ramming speed!
Clamberjaws.
What are we dealing with? Ramming speed! Bonk. Bonk. Oh, I was hoping she would just like grab it mid-stride. You can fast travel between fires. Shut up. Let me do my thing. Ramming speed! Bonk!
What is dead to knock?
Oh shit, that's a bear.
Dear. I better take a look at the bodies.
I am not taking a look at the bodies. There's a fucking bear. My guess is the bear got them. Oh, I think I actually need to go the other way, but I might be able to skirt it. There you go. I'm trying not.
Just to let you know, I'm now patched into your focus network.
Oh, good.
Great. I take it the other Zeniths can't hear us?
Of course not. And they don't know about your base either, in case you were wondering. I've sent you data on the Horus energy cells you can use against Regala's forces. Reach out to me when you're ready to acquire one.
Understood.
Damn it. Oh, that reminds me though. Okay, Horus energy cells. All fast BOR-7 Horus combat platforms include EMP cells as part of their arsenal. Acquiring and deploying one shouldn't be difficult, but we'll get to that in a moment. The bigger issue is activation. Barring extraordinary circumstances such as interference from Hades as you experienced last year, all Horus munitions are inert, deactivated by Minerva's decryption regime during the 21st and 22nd centuries. To render these EMPs operational, we will have to skirt those efforts. I've devised a way to do so without causing unwanted repercussions. A bespoke code signal that should enable all and only such devices in the vicinity. I transferred it to your focus. All you have to do is send it out. A Zero Dawn communication relay should do the trick. I believe you refer to them as Tallnecks. I have chosen one for you that is centrally located, now marked in your HUD. Oh. Know which one we're looking at. Simply override it as you would normally, and my signal will automatically transmit. Every EMP on every Horus within a 500-kilometer radius should come online. On to acquisition and deployment. Horus units manufactured EMPs in their fabrication bays and subsequently loaded them onto their multi-purpose appendages, or tentacles, if you like. Because the cells were designed to be detachable, enabling them to be fired or thrown at enemy forces, their fittings should be quite light. The only way to obtain them will be through the air, but it sounds like you already have that covered. When you reach me, it should come loose with a hearty yank, or when you reach one, it should come loose with a hearty yank, rust or corrosion notwithstanding. There's no need to prime the cells, they are designed to trigger on impact. Once you have one, all you need to do is drop it at the target. I'm sure Regala and her minions will enjoy the experience. All the best. Well, this sounds like it'll be fun. Okay, I think I walked myself into a bit of a corner here. Alright, sorry buddy, I'm gonna get off you. I will call you again when we're past this blockage. You can't climb this wall, traveler. The fuck I can't.
Okay.
This wall is too powerful for you, traveler. Many have tried to climb it before, none have survived. You too will perish. Come on, buddy. It's like the same angle you were just climbing at. Fine, fine. Hup, 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 hup. It's pretty up here. Wow. Oh! Oh, that's just a Stormbird chilling. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fun. Oh, I did want the Stormbird cannon. You can't climb this mountain, traveler. You haven't attached any climb points. To attempt so, you will fall to your death. It is folly, traveler. Traveler, what the fuck?
This'll break my fall.
Oh, this is a cool place, though. That's Snowflow. Very scenic. Oh, am I really gonna fight a Stormbird of my own volition? I guess so. Where did it go? It? Oh, okay. Now the real challenge is going to be getting it to stop. Oh, that's a Dreadwing.
Sky with a Stormbird circling.
Okay, well, I don't want to fight the Dreadwing, but if I can get the Stormbird, at least get its cannon off. The real challenge is going to be getting an angle on it. Shit! Okay, that is not the part that I wanted. Okay, not a great start. If I'm being completely real with you, could have gone better. All right. Yep. Okay. There it is. All right. Got a removal, so that's a good start. That's new. Oh, fuck, I missed. I almost feel bad for it. It seems kind of stuck. I think it might actually be stuck. Woo! That was fun. I don't recall it doing that dive bomb maneuver in the first game. That was kind of scary. Okay, now importantly, where did the storm cannon go? There it is. There's our prize. Traveler, you have bested the mighty Stormbird, but you will not best this mountain. Turn back now, traveler. Whee! Gotta go that way, actually. Where the hell are we? Oh, that's the pit. That's the arena. Okay, so we're almost back to the Grove. Team's down there. It'll just be a simple matter of calling up our boy again and getting home. Uh-oh.
Ugh, water in my boots.
I don't think humanity would, damn it. I don't think humanity would sit well. Running speed! I don't think immortality suits humanity well. I think the nature of living forever is not something that the human mind is built to understand. I was thinking about this the other day. So, in The Mandalorian, they explain in the very first episode that the child, Grogu, is like 80-something years old. Right? He was alive during the Purge of the Jedi Order. You know, he is presented, described
Thunderjaw won't mind
as
hope for my spear to override it.
Where he's described as being, I don't know, he behaves like a toddler, right? Or a small child. And he certainly only has, I would say, the language capacity of a very young child, right? So, sorry, 1 second, I need some water. Beautiful freeze frame of a charger's ass. What was I gonna say? So, Yoda was roughly 900 when he died, right? I don't remember the exact value, but around 900 years old when he passed away. So, Grogu, being 8, would be not quite, I don't know, like, again, sort of young child, maybe approaching adolescent. So, I guess my pondering, my question is, if you have a very long-lived species, right, like Yoda's, or an elf, let's say, would their maturation phase, right? Their infantile phase, their adolescent phase, be the same approximate length, proportionally, as a human's? Or would they still hit adulthood in 20 years or so, and then just be a mature adult for however long after that? I could kind of see it going either way. Like, on one hand, I think it would make sense. Oh. Have I scanned this before? As the fourth biggest global supplier of holographic avatars and the relentless champion of individual creativity, HoloSkins Incorporated refutes the recent allegations that our company illegally appropriated designs from human holo creators. Such claims are absolutely false. Here at HoloSkins Incorporated, we work tirelessly to put our customers and their imaginations first. Our advanced AI suite continually synthesizes and evolves our extensive range of completely original products. Where any designs are inspired by other sources, we follow the law. All of our products are compliant with international norms and regulations regarding sampling and corporate exploitation of images, animations, and audio for work voluntarily published on a HoloNet. Here at HoloSkins, nothing matters more than freedom of expression, and any claim to the contrary will be met with vigorous litigation. Yeah, that's the attitude of people doing the right thing. I think Popular Idea's infancy to older teen would be roughly the same, and from there would slow down. I feel like that's... I mean, that would certainly be ideal, right? That would certainly be the preferable thing, that you just get more time in your prime. Howdy, turtles. Happy weekend. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in. How's your weekend going so far? I could see, so I feel like where it would We might have a cutscene here in a second. Oh, Zoe's gonna be really upset. I hope Zoe doesn't blame me. She might blame me. That would be okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, they already know.
When you're wounded, you have to strike back. Draw blood.
Hey! Can't I get one damn minute to mourn my friend?
Regalla is going to slaughter my tribe to overthrow Hikaru. The Zeniths have Beta and Gaia. We can't sit around wallowing in our losses.
Kotallo's right. We must fight.
Oh, all right. So what are we gonna do, huh? Take on all of Regalla's rebels?
Not to mention the Zeniths. What can we even do? Throw ourselves at their base?
Something like that. So...
After we lost contact with you, we regrouped and went to Gemini. What happened? The recording we found on Varl's focus cut off when that Zenith Eric...
The Zeniths were tracking Hephaestus. When Gaia trapped it in Gemini, they knew where we were. After Varl tried to stop them. They took Beta and Gaia. I only survived because one of the Zeniths turned against the others to save me.
One of them? Well... at least we didn't lose you too. So what do we do now?
We're going to defeat the Zeniths. And get Beta and Gaia back. But first... we're going to stop Regalla.
How?
Back in Gemini, Beta gave me... a gift. There's something I need to do first to make it work, but it could put an end to the bloodshed.
Word is, Regalla's readying her army for an all-out assault on the Grove. I need to be there.
I know. Go. Stand with Hikaru. And keep an eye on the sky.
Strike true as the 10.
The rest of you, whatever preparations you need to make, upgrades, resupplies, get on it. It won't be long before we take the fight to the Zeniths.
We'll be ready, Aloy. And when you're ready, meet me outside the east exit. I'd like to have a word in private.
Even when things are darkest, you're the flame that lights the way forward.
Just tell me one thing. Am I gonna get to smash up a bunch of Zenith bastards?
We all are.
Good.
Before I do anything else, I should check on Zoe. It sounded important.
Okay, yes, but let me do this really quickly. At some point, I need to get back to Baldur's Gate. Good game. I've talked about how difficult it is to keep on top of it. What are the dinner options? Let's see, I think... Okay, so that was Green Shine. What needed... Was it this? Yes, you needed the Stormbird. Yeah, baby. You'll love to see it. And then you needed Shell Snapper, which I don't have yet. Make all of those. So, right? Choice between very low effort, make a sandwich, and pretty low effort, cook some eggs. What if you made a sandwich with egg? Some manner of breakfast sandwich. keep doing this. That's gonna be my suggestion. Alright. Popped up on that. I think everything else is good to go. Yep. Ammo. Good. Alright.
All this time, I've been so focused on what Elizabeth was like, what she would do. I was wrong to hold Beta to that standard. I probably shouldn't even be doing it to myself. I'll try to do better.
It's all you can do, Aloy. That'll be enough.
When it looks impossible, look deeper. And then fight like you can win. I will, Rost. Now, and always.
Rost! Always. Alright. If Zoe wants to beat me up, honestly, that would be fair. In Aloy's defense, though, she did get shot. Only so much she'd really be able to do, you know? There she is.
Over here, Aloy. We would come out here to tend to the garden. Sometimes I needed fresh air. Other times we would simply sit and watch the sunrise. So when we returned from Gemini, it seemed fitting that he be laid to rest here. Now he can always look out at Plainsong and further east to the Nora Sacred Lands.
He would have liked that.
He often spoke of his sister, Vala. He said she used to gather her favorite golden blooms and tie them to her spear. Their mother called it useless, but Vala was stubborn.
Yeah, she seemed like that.
It wasn't easy. But I tracked down the flower. Gathered its seeds. As verdant limbs wither, roots rot in snow, still the sea rises, as certain as stone. From death follows new life. So it is with the land. And so it is with us. I'm with child, Aloy. I was going to tell him when he got back from Gemini. No! Instead, one day, I'll bring our child here. We'll sit among the blooms and watch the sunrise.
I never got to tell him. To thank him. For saving my life, sure, but also for for not giving up on me.
He always knew.
Goodbye, Varl. I promise to look after them. I'll try to visit again when I can. But for now, I need to go to the fabrication terminal to install the new override on my spear. Then I'll use it on a Sunwing and get ready for an entrance Regalla will never forget.
Shit. Of course it was gonna be him. He wouldn't have wanted it to be anyone else. Oh, I'm still so mad.
Machines strike together.
Oh no. I got enough trouble with Kotallo, always kicking my ass.
Who says I'm any good at it?
The way my luck's going, I'll bet you're a pro.
Okay, good. Oh, I need a excuse me, bunch of stuff from Dreadwings if I want to override those. Might try and find a Shell Snapper. Just because I need that for upgrades
Override
too.
installed. Now to find a Sunwing. I think there are some roosting at the top of the mountain.
I think we will do this part, and then that'll probably be a good place to stop. Good place to call it. Switch over to art. Jesus,
Okay,
what a
I need to
day.
find a Sunwing to override. Better head up the mountain.
Can I climb it? I can. Traveler, you can climb this mountain. It is your mountain. Do with it as you please. So what I was thinking, like in a situation like Yoda's race. So what would make sense to me is if a longer lived species had a slower rate of maturation, right? Sorry, 1 second. There we go. Sorry, I had something in my throat. Get a little water in here. Right, so it takes longer to reach adulthood than a human does. I think just sort of given the nature of cell growth.
Good. There's Sunwings up here. I'll have to approach them
Biology.
quietly.
That would make sense to me, right? But at the same time, I think an individual should still mentally mature more, because even though the body isn't maturing as quickly, the mind is still incorporating new experiences and new information at the same rate that a human would be. So that shouldn't be any different.
Got it. Whoa.
Oh, fuck yes.
Ah! This is it. Ah! I'm in the air.
Holy shit.
Arrowhand. I can see the whole village from up here. Maybe I should check in on it after I've dealt with Regalla. Tilda, I'm in the air.
Then you'll want to pick up an energy cell on one of the ancient Horus Titans. But first you must send out a pulse to activate them. I've sent you the necessary software. To deploy it, you'll have to override one of the communication machines you refer to as Tolnecs.
I see it.
There's one in the middle of the desert that should do nicely.
On it.
Woo! Oh, this is sick.
There's a Tolnec. Need to get on top of its head.
Okay. Tap B to slow down and hover. Right bumper to ascend, right trigger to descend. Okay.
Now, how to land this thing.
Carefully. Oh, I wonder if it can perch.
Made it.
Nice.
Just gotta override it.
That was honestly kind of too easy.
Okay, Tilda, I've overridden the Tolnec.
Good. And the energy cells are now primed. Simply pick one up on a Horus. The nearest one should be northwest of your position.
I see it.
Dropping it on Regalla's machine should produce quite a spectacle.
Thanks for the assist.
I told you, I want to help.
Tap left and right to select the flying mount to call, and then use it if you've ever ridden the flying wing mount. Okay. Come on back, buddy.
Whoa!
Okay.
Get used to that.
This is cool. This is honestly really sick.
I bet that's the Desert Clan's capital. I can really see the scale of it. The Horus should be northwest of here.
Alright, more up, more up, more up.
Regalla's rebels. Reinforcements, maybe.
Oh, jeez.
Heading for the Grove.
They have an Oliphant.
I hope a cover when it's knocked can hold out a little longer.
Alright, here's the Horus.
It's the current champion!
There's the energy cell. Right on the Titan's back.
Oh, I see it.
Got the cell. Now on to the Grove. The pulse from the Tolnec should have reactivated all the energy cells in the region. I should be able to pick up more from any Horus I fly to. Could be useful, even after I deal with Regalla.
You never know when you might need an EMP. I mean, my boy's got 2 claws. That's double the payload. There's the Grove down there. I mean, from the looks of things, the battle might already be getting underway. Yeah, that doesn't look good.
Alright, here we go.
Alright, time to get big.
Regala's inside. Hikaru will soon be dead. It's all over, Chaplain.
I gotta drop it now. Here it goes.
Bonk, bonk. Rather convenient that my mount didn't get turned off as well.
Is that... It's Aloy! She flies on the wings of the Ten. The tide has turned! Push through!
I mean, you could just shoot him. You got a bow, right?
End of the line, Hikaru. Now on your knees, and I'll give you the death you didn't have the spine to give me.
They're down! The machines! All of them! They're down!
What? How's that possible?
Regala!
How the fuck do you think?
Enough bloodshed! Let's settle this. You and me.
Ooh.
Easy to say when you're atop a machine.
Really? You want to be that bitch now?
Well, that was just to get your attention. I don't need any help to take you down.
Fine. I accept your challenge. And once I'm done with you, I'll get to finish the slaughter.
We'll see about that.
The duel is set. Let none interfere.
Come on, let me actually do this. Okay, here's the actual fight. Good.
You show strength.
Okay, still going. That's fair. Okay, she tanked it.
You are already, Volga!
You were saying? What? We're gonna do a lot of these platforms, aren't we?
Alright, so that's how it's gonna be.
That is left of your story!
What was that little yell? Bonk. Seriously? Oh, she's got one of those. Oh, it explodes. I don't know, man. The whole thing that she was like cowardly to say that on top of the machine. Your entire army is machines.
Yeah, it is.
Woo! Sick.
Prove yourself worthy.
Good dodge. Oh, I missed. Ow! Fuck!
I can keep going.
What's that? Where is she?
You die here and now!
Oh, that was the wrong thing. Ow! Bitch! You don't get to shoot me, that's my thing.
Is this all?
Stop talking. Oh, fuck! Oh, I see that plasma shit. Ow, 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 ow. Fuck!
Your courage rusted, your body weak.
There's too many things on this hotbar.
I'll tear that braided hair from your body.
I missed.
Your skin shall part. Your blood
How did I miss?
shall flow.
You are talking way too much. Oh, here she comes, here she comes, here she comes, here she comes, here she comes.
Come to me.
Okay.
Reload, then fire.
No, no. No? Okay, fine. We don't get to do that. That's fine. Oh, fuck.
Let me end your misery.
Oh, fuck. Get up.
Fight.
I'm working on it.
Until death. Is this how you...
And you are about to die. What's her amount of HP compared to every other? Whoa, she is a boss. You have to survive. You have to get to being a leader of the Tanakh through something.
I will carve my story into you.
Okay. Ow. And good night.
Here I am again, on my knees before bootlets and cowards. Go ahead, run me through.
Shut your mouth, traitor.
It was you who flew in on the wings of the Ten. You who challenged her by our rights. You must decide her fate. I spared her once. It only made things worse.
Yeah.
She was the best of my marshals. What a waste.
She's dangerous, all right. But maybe that's exactly what I need.
Cowards! What more do you have to conspire about?
Whether you live or die.
Do I seriously have to make a choice here? Really? Okay. So, I'm sorry. I'm all for, like, being... I'm all for pragmatic approaches. But as the chief said, as Hikaru said, Regalla challenged him. He sent her into exile, and she caused this entire mess. Right? If, yes, we let her live, we can use her in the fight against the Zeniths. But she's not going to back down. And then we're just going to have to do all of this again in the future, right? Am I missing something? Is there some better way that this can go? Because I feel like she just has to be dealt with. Chat, do you disagree? Like, after everything that has happened, I don't... Never mind redemption. I don't know this way. That's fair. This is her third chance. Seriously, like, the number of people that she has killed, the amount of destruction that she has caused is like... Even if she helped us out willingly, there is no... I don't feel there is redemption here.
After all that you've done, I can't let you live.
Finally. Then claim
There. Blood for blood.
Guess that's over then.
I appreciate that, Katalo. No, Katalo was totally in the right.
Chief,
no monologuing,
there's something
just
you both
end
need
it.
to see. In the throne room.
Better come see this. Just no monologuing, no final statement, just be done. It's over. Oh, they got the statue back up. Awesome.
He surrendered to our guards outside the grove. Claims he has an urgent message for the Outlander who defeated Regalla.
So, state it.
It's for her alone. From an interested party.
Focus. Yep. What do you want, Silence?
I'm gonna need some privacy.
Clear the room. Put him with the rest of Regalla's soldiers.
I'll see you back at base.
You saved the tribe. Let me help you with your mission.
No. With Regalla gone, you have a chance to build the future you dreamed of. So get to your task.
Then at least allow me to give you this.
Ooh, something fancy.
Regalla's bow.
Ooh.
May you always strike true with it.
Watch it be a piece of shit. I just never use it.
Do you have any idea what you've just done?
A little bit.
Oh, it's a pleasure to see you too, Silence.
Congratulations on your victory. You saved the Tenakth for a few weeks. Unfortunately, you've doomed the entire planet as well.
Wrong. I don't need a Tenakth army to defeat the Zeniths.
Oh, Aloy. Have you learned nothing about the enemy we're up against?
More than you, hiding whatever hole you found. My idea is just better than anything you ever came up with.
Go on.
No, not here. We're doing this my way. Face to face, and with the weapon you've developed.
And why would I agree to that?
Because I'm your only way of beating the Zeniths, and getting the copy of Apollo that's on their ship.
Ooh!
So meet me at my base. Mountains west of Plainsong. Time to submit to the inevitable Silence and follow the person who actually knows what she's doing. Don't be late. Tilda, you there? I did it. Silence is on board. So head to my base.
Impressive.
Yeah,
I'll be there
won't
as soon
shut
as
up
I can.
about it. One mark if he thinks he's good enough.
Now that I can fly, I might want to see what else I can do before I head back.
Send it straight, Cavo.
Going to try.
Howdy, friends.
So, Aloy. You've added yet another deed to your name, and I'm guessing by the look in your eyes that you're not done yet.
Not quite.
Is there anything we can do? We owe you that much.
After everything you've been through, you're one of the best people to support Hikaru's bid for peace. Not just between the clans, but with the Carja too.
Then I will. You have my word.
And until my last breath, I'll make sure the tribe remembers all that you've done for us.
Guess I was wrong. Doubted the chief's word. I mean,
New visions.
Dang it, it's all these people to talk to now.
you could have said whatever you wanted.
Oh! Shit, Yara's here.
The flame of the desert now flies on the wings of the Ten. Will wonders never cease?
I thought you wanted to stay neutral.
In the end, I decided that if you thought Hikaru was worth fighting for, then that was good enough for me.
I'm honored.
The honor is mine.
Charging at an enemy, blade in hand?
And so the Wings of the Ten found us when things were at their direst.
I'm not some legend come to life, Chitaka.
That may be, but we will always be in your debt.
I was hoping I'd find
And oh, hello.
Ateka. I figured I'd see you here.
Of course. The Lowland clan fought for our own today. And like the day Hikaru conquered the Grove, we stand victorious. I see the same look in his eyes as I did then. Hope. Restored. His vision for us endures.
He'll need your continued support, I'm sure.
And he will always have it. Thank you for everything, Aloy.
You know, it's a really minor thing, but I appreciate, you know, each of the different clans have their own face paints. But like, the black face paint of the Desert Clan, the blue paints of the Lowland Clan, like each paint has its own sort of material to it. It's a little bit of a different texture. Like it's clearly, you know, the medium and the pigments are slightly different. Like, I really appreciate that they like thought about it that carefully.
Are you an ally just for today, or for every day? It's the Chief's champion.
Alright, so yeah, now we can get around. I mean, obviously we could fast travel the entire time, but now we can even... Oh yeah, there's this quest. We can finally get up onto the mountaintop and find out about that. So I think we'll hit that next time. Might swing around and do a couple other minor touch-ups, but we're definitely in the end game now. I think we will hit that up next week. We should be about done with the main story in 1 or 2 more sessions, I would imagine. Frankly, what I think we'll probably do is, I feel like we will probably save the DLC for another time. Like, I've enjoyed this game for the most part, but I wanna play other things. I think I would enjoy Burning Shores more if we play some other games and then come back to it, you know? Alright, so, with that said, it's good time to take a break. We're gonna do our midstream break. I'm gonna run some ads, and then we're gonna switch over and do some art. We got some new drawings to start. So, we got good opportunity, everyone. Do those human things. Use the bathroom, get something to eat, something to drink, stretch, take care of yourselves. I'll see y'all in a few minutes. How long is this? Alright, you know what? This will work. Alright, I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. Bye! I sat down and I got everything, and I had a moment of just sitting there going, okay, what do I do now? Alright. Did everyone have a good break? Hello everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm gonna adjust myself a little bit here. We can put the banner down. Yes. Switch topic. Okay, cool. So we finished up the previous drawing. We did the speed paint, and I was trying to decide. I was trying to figure out the next subject, the next drawing topic. I guess you could say. Welcome back. Thank you. It perpetually bothers me that the chat window in OBS, everyone has their name colors, but the name colors in OBS chat do not sync up with the name colors in Twitch chat. And so I will look from one to the other, and they're different, and I have no idea why they're different. But it constantly throws me off, because I get used to seeing people's names in certain colors, right? Like, I will almost read it in the color before I actually see who said it. Yeah, so like Turtles, your name in Twitch chat is green. In OBS, it's orange. Because turtles are famously, notoriously orange. So yeah, like, I get used to seeing things. I will see stuff from, you know, a user with a certain color name and just kind of initially assume it to be a given individual, and then double check that it is the person that I thought it was, right? And then, yeah, the name, the colors change, and it confuses me, and I get upset. Anyway, so I don't know what's been going on with my brain. I've been kicking off a bunch of ideas lately. I feel like the creative faucet has been going pretty well, which, no complaints there, right? Nothing wrong with having a lot to work with, except for, you know, the little nagging voice in my head of like, you wanting to get something done by a certain time, right? Or having something be done like when it's thematically appropriate, and then you have the idea and then it gets late and it drags out and whatever. I know some people tell me they don't know my chats are there at a quick glance because the white blends with all the text. I can sort of see that. I think I don't have that much of a problem because the names are in bold. So, like, I can distinguish the name being clear enough from the text that if I see a bunch of white bold text, I know it's you. Though in OBS, your name is gray. So, I figure what we could do today is I have 3 ideas. We're gonna save one of them because I think it'll be a good drawing for Pride Month. So we can save that for next month, which I know is Monday, but, you know, we'll figure it out. But there's 2 other ideas, 2 other drawings. So I think we can start. I thought what we would do is sketch both of them out and sort of see how they're feeling, seeing if they're both, if they're gonna carry water, and if we want to move forward with them. And then sort of depending on the schedule, we might move the Pride Month drawing in there somewhere, and, you know, we'll figure it out. But yeah, I think rather than like push ahead with one, we'll start 2 of them today and see how that goes, right? Yeah, yours is at least the same hue. It's just, it's white instead of gray, and I could not tell you why that happened. Certainly better than what Turtles got. So, I'm just going to start with this, make sure the time lapse is turned on. It is not. Let's do something like this. You know, I probably should have grabbed a bit more reference before the start of this, but it's okay. No, I would like to see the actual vehicles, not the concepts. That's below 0. Alright. This is listed as being from Subnautica 2, so we'll roll with that. I am pretty sure at the end of the day I'm not going to get Subnautica 2. Not out of any particular, like, oh, I just... Survival crafters are always kind of for me. Like, I don't hate them or anything, I don't particularly like them. And then combine that with the thalassophobia. Like, I don't have thalassophobia, but I definitely, you know, have a healthy fear / respect for the ocean. So, and you know, giant sea monsters, not exactly my favorite thing. So I figure I appreciate it. I enjoy watching people play it plenty, but I don't think it's going to be the kind of game that I am going to pick up for my own enjoyment, you know? That said, I've been watching a couple people play some of it, so, you know, one of them has a date coming up, stream anniversary or something. So I thought it might be kind of fun to do a little something to commemorate it. Carry myself up the stairs and pull the covers closer. Chasing a dream and I might find myself again. And a memory is a time machine, whispers quiet but defiantly. It's time to leave. When a memory is a time machine, it's story. What might it be? I feel like I'm not drawing this head very well at all, but it's okay. It's just a sketch. When a memory is a time machine, whispers quiet but defiantly. It's time to leave. When a memory is a time machine, fire on its wings from your history. What could be reason to believe? And then, here, let me just copy this into my... I have this massive PureRef board of just reference files for a bunch of different characters and poses and stuff that I've used for all the different drawings, and it's just sort of... I've been using it for like 2 years or something. It's slowly accumulating with all, you know, everyone's model sheets and everything. I kind of like keeping it just as, you know, a record of all the various art pieces that we've done. What will be reason to believe it's not beyond the record? Golden gleam before it fades. There we go. So that moment where Aloy and Beta were talking, right? In the construct, whatever it is. We don't get to hear the plan. The funny thing to me about that is, I forget exactly where I heard this. But someone was explaining that in writing, right, in like writing principles, you have a plan, right? Somebody has a plan to like spring a heist or do a rescue or, you know, complete whatever the goal is. But if you need to have drama, right? You need to have some measure of suspense. So if the protagonist, or, you know, the people springing the plan, explain everything, right? Person A is going to do this, person B is going to do this, you know, it sort of goes down through the hypotheticals, or, you know, the list of all the various actions that everyone involved is going to go through. That's a red flag, because now you have explained what is going to happen if everything goes according to plan. And if everything then just proceeds to go according to plan, well, that's not very interesting, right? Because you already had that information, and then you kind of just watch it play out. And maybe it's, you know, a little bit satisfying in the way of like watching a Rube Goldberg machine unfurl is satisfying, but it's not dramatic, right? There's no like tension of will it work, because you already know what's gonna happen, and then it happens and you're like, okay, cool, I guess. So if someone, you know, explains here is the plan, and they lay out the entirety of the plan, then you almost automatically know that something is going to go wrong, right? There's going to be a wrench, there's going to be, you know, something is going to get foiled, or something isn't going to go according to Keikaku, and they're going to have to improvise, or things are going to go sideways. Where the fuck is Dog Girl? Okay, maybe this reference board is getting too big. I can't find stuff on it anymore. Where are you? Should be here somewhere. Oh, wait, did I did put it on. Why did I put it on a different board? Hang on, let me pull it up. That's so weird. Oh, because there was a bunch of other stuff that I was calling in for the drawings in question, so it got saved to its own file. Okay, that's fair, I guess. In any case, so to me, the fact that we don't get to hear Aloy and Beta's plan, right? We don't know everything that is going to happen, gives me actually more confidence that things might work, right? Because we had the plan laid out for you know, how to capture Hephaestus at Gemini. That was, you know, very painstakingly explained because we had to go through all of the process to set up what it was gonna, you know, we had to gather all the materials, all the resources and such necessary to do it. And then it went sideways. Like, it kind of predictably went sideways. But with this final plan to defeat the Zeniths, it's like, okay, maybe this one has a chance because Aloy's playing it close to the chest. I did get a little bit more stuff figured out for the model, the new model, right before the stream. I was working on that a little bit this afternoon before I started getting the stream set up. It took a surprising amount of finagling. We had to sort of reset up some existing stuff in Live 2D just because the way that software works doesn't allow for behaviors that at this point I think most people are used to in their art software. Like, there's just stuff, particularly like clipping masks in Clip Studio and Photoshop and, you know, Sai and Krita, like, behave a certain way, right? And like, I can only, in Clip Studio, I can only clip a given layer to one layer, right? But I can have alpha masks and clipping masks, or I can clip a layer to another layer and then group it and clip the group to another thing. So I can have a bunch of masking options to really like specifically control where I want stuff to appear. And Live 2D does not do that. It does have a thing I think they introduced a couple years ago where the you can clip something, or you can set an alpha mask to multiple objects. And that's quite handy. It's quite nice to be able to say like, okay, you know, I want this to have an impact or, you know, be affected by multiple objects rather than sort of set each one individually. And actually, now that I know about that, I think I can go in and clean some stuff up that I sort of handled more haphazardly in the past. So that is good. But, you know, it sort of works the opposite of how I would want it in a lot of cases, where it's like, I want you to be constrained to a Venn diagram of these objects instead of being alpha'd where you the alpha is the combined total of both objects, right? So I had to do some really clever stuff to like almost trick the program into showing things where I wanted them to show up, but I got there. I got there, and I'm pretty happy with how it looks. I think it's actually pretty good. So I am excited to keep messing with it and sort of fine-tune the performance. But the initial setup is there and it's looking good. So with any luck, start really making some headway with a lot of this soon. I guess that's a little unfair. We are making a lot of headway. It's just gonna... It's almost like with pages, the more I work on it, the more there's like, oh, this would be really cool and I want to do this, and, you know, I can improve this, and it just keeps building up and stacking up. At a certain point, you just gotta be like, no, this is the list of stuff that we are doing, and that's it, right? You have a producer come in and say, enough. This is what we have the budget for. Let's see. I feel like I'm gonna have that thing that happens when cameras are like half submerged in water. You get that like that sort of film line. You know, where you get that sort of like light gray or sort of refractive layer right at the water line. And things are like a little bit offset between the top and bottom. Something like that. 1,000 different stories pass, faces without me. Forget why I came here, and I forget why I stayed, and I wonder if they'd notice if I slipped away. What if I kept going? If I don't get up tonight? What if I ride this to the edges, through the darkness to the light? Can I find you? There we go. I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing with the hands. I'm just kind of faffing about with them. What if there's no answer? We're all just hearts that have to fight. Sort of reshape the head a little bit here. Looks pretty good. So yeah, not super complicated in terms of like the background or anything. Have a little bit of environmental placement with, you know, the vehicle and the inner tube. But it's mostly just going to be like water and sun, water and sky. I'm just trying to fade everything off as we get below the water line. Alright, let's go ahead and save that for the moment. jump over to the other one. Sort of see if we can't take a look at this and see what it's doing. Now, that said, give me one moment because I think I goofed. Yes, I goofed. I did not grab the reference for this one, even though I checked earlier. Oop. Stop playing. I hate autoplay. I hate autoplay on websites. I think it's this page. Yes. Okay, now if you wanted to play, I would appreciate that, because I kind of fucking told you to, but you know, you do you, I guess. Okay, yeah. Good. Hmm. Midnight, and if we live forever, let us live forever tonight. Tomorrow we'll go back to our lives. Better plan, better plan. There we go. Alright. Need a little bit of pose reference. I'll miss you when I'm gone. Because I can't find it's like a gospel choir. And if we live forever, let us live forever tonight. Helicopters against the moonlight. A holy mother of the midnight, and if we live forever, let us live forever tonight. I think this will work. I would say it's maybe not exactly the pose that I had in mind, but I think it's working. Maybe we can sort of take the lower body. See, the one concern that I have is sort of overlapping too much and it starts to become hard to read. But I think it's also kind of the nature of the pose that we're going for. Is there's just a lot of tucking. That said, getting this leg to do what I want feels like it's gonna be difficult. It's not bad. It's not bad. Let me see if I can find a little post reference that's gonna help out for this. There's a way out of this, somebody tell me how. It was so hard to end, but I swear I don't know how. Out past and hunt you down. There's a way out of this, somebody tell me. Gonna save a duplicate just in case. I think the big one that's giving me, I'm not like totally vibing with, is that leg. just because trying to like lay it so that the shin is like on the outside is just very uncomfortable. I feel like this would probably be more relaxed. I know it's possible, I just don't think it's like a naturally comfortable pose for a lot of people, you know? Whereas this, I think, is going to be more straightforward. Something like this, I think. And for miles and miles, we could see where the flames are going in. So for me, God, I hope it can wash this blood from my hands. Maybe we'll get over this. Oh, nah. Somebody tell me. Okay. I think the pose is working alright, so now we can start getting a little more exacting with some of the details. You know, I kind of feel like I was maybe, in my head, I had something more like this in mind, where it just sort of crops at a certain point. Let's keep going with our current, like, full body render, because I could always stand to practice feet more. So if we end up including those, then sure. But can also size it up if I feel like the composition benefits from it. I think we're gonna put this back on for a little while. My initial idea for this drawing, I think, was a lot more melancholy. And then I had this little idea of including the cat, and I'm like, that's better. I like that more. That's good. I know it doesn't really look like a cat yet, and I think it's kind of a tell how much I, have a lot of experience drawing animals, but we'll get there. Trust the process. Alright, there we go. There we go. Oh, perfect. I've got the reference I need. I'm powerful now. I meant to look up. Like I was saying, I'm pretty sure at one point we got a data log in Horizon. Actually, I can do this really quickly because I still have the game open. Sorry, got distracted, but apology. Yeah, here it is. Apparently I missed one somewhere. I think it's just this one.
The deal's off, Tilda. Zero Dawn got its ectogenic chambers. Far Zenith needs the Apollo database. There's no reason this incident... You tried to steal Gaia. I had nothing to do with it. And you punished those responsible. Your logic bomb has them scrambling to restore vital systems. I'm really supposed to believe that you knew nothing about this? Please, Liz. Humanity's chances are slim as is. You may not approve of our plan. But what if we're the only ones to survive? Don't you want us to have Apollo to remember our common past, our mistakes? I'm begging you. Fine. You'll get your copy of Apollo. Thank you. Let's speak again before... Goodbye, Tilda. Time to let go.
So yeah, that was like a very early indication that Tilda and Elizabeth knew each other back in the day. Of course, we didn't realize fully at the time that we would be seeing Tilda again, but I like that even having that information available, it still doesn't make it abundantly clear. Like, okay, but is Tilda telling the truth there, right? Did she know? Did she not? How much is she, how much is she being honest? And I think it's also pretty clear, like, she understands the value of, one, being clever, but two, soft power, soft touch. Right? All the other Zenith bros are just like, running, guns blazing, hoorah, beat everything up, take what you want. Alpha male machismo. And then Tilda's just like, I'm gonna see how this plays out. I'm gonna work quietly. And wait for this to turn in my favor. Move things slowly, carefully. Big ears. Like a bat. Socks will be right about there. I'm not gonna draw the boots, but we'll just have the socks continue all the way down. I think, unfortunately, they're gonna be like right there, give or take. Not gonna see much of them on this side, but I think I'll still get the job done. Good. Alright, I think this is a good setup. You can have sort of the edge, the corner, be right about there. Good. It's pretty subtle on the low end like that. Good. Okay. We can have the undershirt go right there. I don't think we're going to see a lot of the collar. Or a lot of the vest when all is said and done. Let this sort of come down like this. Okay, this actually needs to go out a little bit farther, and then we should bring the shoulder in a little bit. It's a little broad at the moment. You can just go ahead and add that in as a consequence. Good. Make the nose a touch bigger. Good. Alright, and then we'll add the sleeve along this arm. So, yeah, so... Okay, yeah, so that's the sleeve here. Gonna empty this out a little bit just to make it easier to read. Like so. And then we've got cat butt right there. Then this arm's kind of coming around like this. And sleeve coming over like so. Has 7TV been working for you guys today? It's just been shitting the bed for me all afternoon. Like, it won't load, it won't show half the emotes. It doesn't do the search autofill. It's just busted. I was in someone's chat earlier and they were saying that someone was saying that it was struggling today, but yeah, I definitely saw some loading in if you enter the right code. Some are not. Like some of the stuff that you guys have typed, I do not see them. And then yeah, any like, you know, using the colon to look up an emote and autofill, not working at all. I don't know, might just be some issue with the server, the extension that needs to get sorted out. Hopefully it does soon. This whole tech thing seems to be difficult. Wasn't sure on the spelling I typed with the... Yeah, exactly. Like, for me, it's the capitalization. I can never remember, you know, which emotes use camel case and which are all capitalized and which have no capitalization. So I really need the colon menu to help look up an emote and remember what it's supposed to be. Well, hopefully they get it cleaned up later. Okay. almost good with this one. I think we've honestly, the fact that we've gotten both of these, you know, sketched out and sort of figured out so quickly is nice. I was kind of expecting this to be like the entire thing. It has definitely not been that. Let's see. And save that. We can jump back over here for a bit. Try and nail this down a little bit tighter. Where's the actual model sheet for this? There we go. I don't want to be the hero anymore. When the stars come out. Good. Both of them have collars, strangely enough, so I think I will keep that. Little shared detail, I suppose. You ruin my story anymore. I don't wanna be the hero in yours. I watch the sun go down. I just wanna watch the painted cloud. As I down to the star come out.
Ride to town, shoot 'em up, keep on going. I got a job to do, I don't stop for no one. Get your gun, kiss your wife, fuck your daughter. Let her fall in love with the pale rider. Many men have quickly found I'm unforgiving. They say dying ain't no way they could leave. So get your gun, get your life if you're a gambler. Your job dead, men's hand against the pale rider. I rode down into Mexico. The road I came for, I think you know. Took another life, it's all the same. So I'm walking in with a man that has no name.
Nose still looks weird. It certainly doesn't help that every time I freaking draw these anime characters, I have to sort of figure the nose out myself because no one has a fucking nose.
Shoot 'em up, and keep on going. Got a job to do, I'm gonna come on. Oh God, it's your wife, hug your daughter. Well, you're right to me, pale rider. Let her fall in love with the pale rider. And I walked down into Mexico.
Just go Krillin route. Schrodinger's nose. Does Krillin have a nose? I don't know. Depends on how Toriyama felt that day. He's sort of got that like rounded muzzle shape. I'm kind of sketching the hair out like it looks on the model sheet, but I think in the sort of final rendering, I do want to make it appear more wet. I think that would make sense. Be a fun little bit of practice to draw, you know, wet hair as opposed to the more sort of normal volumes. A little bit more droopy, a little bit shinier. Alright, let's get the outfits in here a little bit. I've been working a lot on like neck anatomy lately. I've actually drawn a couple of feet that I feel not bad about. I'm almost out of chips. I love tortilla chips, they're so good. Okay, so yeah, got the go like that, and then this can come around like so. Sort of give this more curvature because we're raising the, or no, damn it, this leg is going up, so it's actually going to do the other thing. It's going to sort of pull this around, smooth it out a bit. I got my legs crossed. Okay. I don't like this leg. I think the positioning of the hips being back here, like it was disconnected to get that far out into the water, right? The leg was like ripped out of the socket. We're gonna sort of pivot it around a bit. Maybe something more like that. Make the sub a little bit bigger as well. Yeah, that seems alright. Alright, and then if you can't figure out this outfit a little bit better, so we've got gray patch that sort of goes around like this. Got the center section. They got a colored bit on the outside that sort of trails down the calf muscle, the ankle bone. Yeah, Coco I'm cheating. She's mostly underwater. We don't see her outfit. I don't need to worry about it as much. But you know, Valk is like full body. Alright, we got these shoulder pads that are gonna slightly accentuate the shape of the deltoid there, right? Got more colored sections that sort of run about halfway down the chest, like so. Okay. Good. Good. Okay. Just round this out a little bit, and I think, yeah, Valk's looking pretty good so far. I'm not gonna worry too much about getting the shape of the sub exactly right. I'm sure someone will be like, actually the contours of the blue section look more like this and you did it like this. I'm gonna be like, okay. Your rendering of the handrail is off by 15 degrees. Do you even play this game? And I'm gonna be like, no. I found a reference on Google and I was like, good enough. That seems pretty good. Okay. And then double check. Not really for the sketch, more than just for my own referential purposes, but put a little bit of eye bags in there. Actually, okay, I know I said I was going to do this more in the render and the paint over rather than the sketch, but I'm thinking, you know, if I want their hair to be wet, the shape of this really large section of hair that's sort of overlapping the front is probably gonna very substantially, like, sort of flop all the way down. Maybe, like, curl a little bit at the end. There you go. That's better. Right, can still sort of maintain a lot of the silhouette, it just sort of breaks at the end. I think I made this eye a little too big. There we go. Alright, I should probably actually do something to figure out this hand and not just kind of leave it in a state of abstract non-existence. Probably be a good idea. I mean, I could, I guess, just give them crab claws like that. That's not illegal. There's no laws against it. There's no laws against the crab claws, Batman.
No, Joker. They're humanoids. You have to give them hands, Joker. They're anthropomorphic people.
Is there a crab VTuber? I feel like there has to be a crab VTuber. I know Saba's like chat mascot is a crab. But she's a fish. That reminds me, I wanted to nab one of the Gameoverse statues of Kit. It's a nice statue. Kit has a really cute character design. I really like what they did with it. I would be very surprised if Gameoverse doesn't get greenlit for the rest of the series. I was watching a little bit of a Deadlock Night Shift this afternoon while I was working on stuff. I don't know. I don't get where they're doing pick bands. Maybe it's custom games. I'm not sure I've ever done a custom game in Deadlock. But that would make a lot of sense, actually. If they, because I'm guessing they don't have, like, they don't have a captain's mode in the game. So my guess is that the draft they're doing externally, right? Each team sort of messages the organizers to say, hey, you know, this is our ban this round. And then the other team says, well, this is our ban this round. And they go, okay, well, we're picking this character. And they go, okay, well, we want this character. And they just go through the entire thing. And then once it's been decided, you know, they go into the custom game setup and everyone picks the characters that they got. That's my guess, because I don't think there's any like official captain's mode pick ban selection system in the game yet. I imagine there'll have to be, because right now, like if you just go into a normal game of Deadlock, there's no way to guarantee what character you're going to get. Hey, welcome back, Standing. How'd the game go? It's been a good stream so far. We've made some good progress in Horizon. I think we're getting really close to the end. I think we're looking at the end game. We're just doing some... We're trying out some new drawings. Had a couple of ideas, so want to sort of do the sketch pass on them rather than like go all in on a single drawing right away. Nice! Congratulations. A good weekend indeed. What was I talking about? I completely forgot. It's gone. Okay, so yeah, we've got ribbon. We're gonna reintroduce that, kind of cut it up. So right there. Yeah, shouldn't get too particular with the hair right now. I think we've got a good sort of setup of the volumes and whatnot, and we'll just figure out the rest as we go. We'll figure out the rest as we get into the paint over. But the hands are feeling better. The hands are less non-existent at the very least.
Staircase side to side, lead me anywhere but my unscripted end. And I'll leave the sky.
Good. Good. All right.
up the stairs again. I am a different man. Get nearer on your shores as best you can. Let's get a little more scale, a little more presence on each of the characters. Of haunting memories that wasted. Good. Yeah. Alright. So last thing I think I want to change. I like the general direction. I think everything is coming together really well. I think what I want to do is have them looking at each other. Because initially I was just going to have them sort of looking off into the horizon of adventure. But then I changed it so Coco was looking at Valk, but Valk was still sort of looking off. I kind of like the idea of more of them actually having like a direct conversation, so they're looking at each other. Feels more personal, you know? Alright, I think we've got a good setup here. Alright, now we'll grab some bit of color reference here. See if I can find... it's a water world. Doesn't seem like the colors are too drastically different. Would have rice with the eggs. Ooh, that's a good choice too. That works well. A little omurice. Alright, let's change this color. Or not change it, but let's get this color for our water. And welcome back, turtles. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Good, 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 good. Yeah, unfortunately, none of the image returns, all the image returns for Subnautica, surprise, surprise, are underwater. So I don't have a great point of reference for what the atmosphere looks like, other than there's like a couple images
of like a sunset view. But I don't think that's the right like time of day. There's no atmosphere, it's just water and then space. That's true. That's true. The entire atmosphere could just be water. Somewhere a physicist just like woke up in a cold sweat. Oh, do I have a gap in here somewhere? There it is. Good. Alright, Valk looks good. Alright, let's just go ahead and fill it in like this, and then we'll kind of figure it out from there. There's gonna be a lot of color selection to do. That's okay, we'll get there. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Okay. So then we're just gonna start working our way through these as best we can. Oh, missed the spot. Good. Okay, so none of that on the arms, so we're not going to see it on Coco at all. You're probably just bathing their way. The blood at this, the world's end. Do we care? Stop to all souls are tied.
it's the beach episode, but they're just in wetsuits the entire time. I mean, it makes sense. It's just like, aww. My fan service! Running. Good. Alright, and then we've got a little bit running down the outside of the calf on either no, not on this side. Not on that side. That's dark suit. It's just the outside. Okay. Yeah, I think aside from the illuminated trim, that's all of it. But we're gonna pick more specific colors to each of them because you can customize the colors of your wetsuit. You just can't design the look of it yet. So I selected orange because that's like the default color. But now we can go in and actually give them unique colors. It might be a little bit too bright. It's okay. It's okay. Once we color everything in, once we shade everything, it'll be fine. I'm not actually gonna bother with the illuminated trim right now. It's such a fine detail, it'll make more sense just to do it in the paint over. Alright, let's get skin toning. So I do want to hit this drawing first. Like I was saying, Valk has an anniversary of some nature on the 12th. So I'd rather get this one completed and know that we have it, you know, ready to go for that date. And then we can work on the one for Jin after that. Or we can work on the Pride Month one. Or it depends on how it feels like we're doing in terms of time and progress. Because the Pride, obviously, we want to get done before the end of June, and preferably like sometime during Pride Month. I think that would be ideal. Yes. Bastard and beast, oh loss, and first to the feast. And if you're able, a spot at this table. Down on your knees for high seek, and let me feel your fraction wheels whispering. Yeah, be begins. Gods can't hear you. Alright. Yeah, we did that. I did not realize until I saw the model sheet, Coco's cat model is actually, like, ashen colored. I always thought it was just the lighting that she had going on, but no, it's actually, like, dark gray. Like, oh. Okay. Same color? Yeah. Okay. Who's next? Who's next? Let's get the sub in here. Why does your sanity die? Where is it leaves you? Summer can abandon Romeo. To the night, deeper, deeper down. Alright, and then we got the blue trim, which comes around here. Do you have... Oh, I'm trying to remember. Oh, that's what it's called. That's what it's called. Okay, good. And then right along the border, we just need to put a little bit of yellow trim. Also the handhold. Oh my god, they painted the handholds in yellow. Shit game. I can't believe they used yellow paint. Alright. Then you've got this black trim that runs the interior. And then sort of follows along outside as well, but it isn't as dark out here. I'm going back. Alright, and then I'm just gonna shade the interior. I'm not gonna try and like draw the pilot seat or anything because I ain't got time for that shit. Good. Alright. I don't suppose there's like an actual flotation device in the game, is there? Have you guys played Subnautica 2? I suppose if there's one in Subnautica 1, that would be fine as well. I'm just wondering what color to make this. I think we'll just do the same blues and yellows as the thing here. Haven't played either. That's fair. Like I said, I'm probably never gonna play it. No hate against it, it's just not my thing. There's a thing that propels you through the water, but I haven't seen a flotation device. That's fair. I think in Subnautica 2, there's like a rapid ascent, like emergency device you can use. But I don't think it's like an inner tube, right? I think it's just like a sort of propeller thing. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate it. I was mostly just curious for reference, but I think what we have here will do just fine. Alright. Let's get their hair in here. I think that'll be most of the setup. We still need to do the eyes. So you need to do the hair and the eyes, and that'll be about it. Honestly, I think Ace Combat might be one of the games that I'm like the most excited about, all things considered. I don't know. I'm sure there's other stuff coming out this year that I'm excited about, but I always struggle to like think off the top of my head of like, oh yeah, I'm really looking forward to that game. You know? I'm sure Summer Games Fest will take care of the hype. I know there's some feeling, some essentially expectation that we're gonna hear something about Monster Hunter this Summer Games Fest. The timing is about right to do a title update. Your soul is to me. I would certainly be excited. Fantasy. Trying to find in his head. All right. Okay. I need filler. I need a filler arc. There we go. Now it's just easier to see Coco's hair color. Gray on gray is really hard to parse. There we go. Go ahead and fill it a little bit behind, or a little bit, sorry, coming over the shoulder, even though we didn't sketch it out. What am I doing? Oh, there we go. I'm like, why isn't it working? Oh, it's because I'm stupid. That'll do it. That'll do it, it will. I feel like if you have big tufts of hair in your ears and then you went swimming and they got all wet, that would be like really uncomfortable. And just have wet hair blocking your hearing. Go ahead and turn that. Actually, let's leave it on, just because it'll be easier to block in the color of the eyes as well. The drawing would get really loud. It's a hard life being an anthropomorphic anime girl. It turns out. Alright, I think they actually have fairly similar eye colors. We're gonna start with Coco.
Right? Let's see. I haven't listened to this in a while. Wanna see some action? Gotta be the center of attraction. Your eyes on me. Magazine. Lead them in that everyone must mention. This is where you gotta be, it must be your destiny. When you believe it, this is what you waited for, and it's you that they all adore. Alright, and then we need this color and this color, and that should be it. What you waiting? Alright. So that looks good. Double check that the mouth. Okay, so yeah, Coco's mouth is a little bit sort of similar pattern as the rest of it, a little bit darker and grayer, but I think it's fine. I think we can cheat it. Nobody gonna notice. Good. Alright. Go ahead and turn the sky back on. Okay, shading. Before shading, because I always forget, temperature. We need to do temperature. Actually, this is a pretty good tone that we've got for temperature already. We can just use this. Especially, I went with like a cool sort of cyan teal line for this because I really wanted to like reinforce all the caustic blue light that would be bouncing off of the ocean and everything. So, you know, we gotta make sure that the temperature of
the skin tones doesn't get lost, or it's gonna get really weird looking. Dress them up like clowns, we do. Also, what is this? What is this hand? That's not a hand. It's not anything. It's a pre-hand. True. I suppose you're right. I think I put more effort into Coco's hands just because, you know, the way that they sort of dip into the water felt important at the time. Whereas Valk's was just kind of like, I don't know, it's resting on the side of the sub, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, that looks good. Alright, so we've got the subsurface. I want to do... What I want to do. What I want to do. A little bit of setup for my own purposes, my own sanity. I want to just sort of wet their hair, right? So particularly like on the lower bits. We're gonna something like that. Yeah, actually I think that works pretty well. Let's knock it down just a little bit because the shading will also make it darker. Right, when we come back here, let's do shading first. Yes, let's do shading first. I think we're gonna use this. Yes. A little less saturated. Good. So this is what I'm saying. Like, if we just go with the shaded tone, you see how it just kind of saps the life out of the skin? I'll go ahead and grab some of the hair as well. I don't know. The last, like, week or two, I feel like I've just had a lot of ideas. And it's been kind of nice just sketching a lot of them out, right? Like on my own time. It's just kind of like personal explorations and ideas and whatnot. I don't know, some of the stuff I do, I feel like it's a fun idea to explore. I don't necessarily want to like do a full-on illustration, but it's nice to just sort of practice it and see what it looks like, see what I can do with it. And not, you know, commit. I think one of the problems I've always had at least a little bit of is a sense of like, well, if I'm gonna put time into a drawing, I want to see it to completion, right? I want it to be done. And it's like, not everything needs to be done. Not everything needs to be a fully rendered, fully realized piece. Some of it can just be a fun little throwaway doodle or a throwaway sketch for the evening. I think for the streams, I do like doing, you know, full, complete pieces, but when I'm just doing stuff on my own, it's like, who cares? Good. I'm starting to get hungry. Good. Good. Eyes are looking a little weird, but that's okay. We'll get that sorted out. No. That one, thank you. Yes, play this. You know what I hate? Is when people link videos from YouTube on Discord, and then you go to open it, you know, see the funny meme or whatever, and it starts playing an ad. Like, I just immediately close it. I'm like, I'm not sitting here to watch an ad for a meme. It's stupid. I refuse to even acknowledge, like, the company that I mostly get ads for. Because it's always the same company. I always see, like, the brief snippet before I close it, but I'm getting to the point where I just, like, don't even open YouTube links on my phone anymore, because, like, it's always gonna get, you know, ad blocked. It's always gonna get ad walled, and I'm like, no. I ain't playing your bullshit. I ain't playing that game. Good. Alright, I think that'll play nice. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Alright, so then I'm gonna come in here. We need a nice, like, pale yellow highlight color. Set our palette off to the side really quickly. Good. Just enough to make sure we have a reference of it, right? Everywhere we're gonna need it. It doesn't need to be exactly the right spot. It doesn't need to be exactly the right intensity. It just needs to be something that we can call on later. And gives some implication of our intended lighting pattern. I think that's good. Now, what I did forget to do in the midst of all that was the subsurface color. So to help sort of offset the blue shading, the blue shadow tones, sucking all the life out of our skin tones and whatnot, we're gonna sort of frame it with this subsurface. I think we'll try setting it to overlay and see how that looks. Yeah, there we go, perfect. Just go around on the skin tones, sort of frame it, right? You can sort of fill it in a few places. And thankfully, we don't have a ton of skin tone to work with on these, right? The wetsuits are doing their job of covering most everything. We only have a few places, but they're important places, right? That's where we're getting a lot of the personality, the character. Let's maybe desaturate it just a little bit. Howdy, Teashel. Happy weekend. It's going pretty well. Just to step back for a second, so we sketched up 2 drawings. We're gonna do this one first, but we've also got this that we're gonna work on next. I have one other idea, but we can put it a little bit after, because this one is gonna have a slightly tighter deadline to hit. The only kind of ads that work for me lately are fewer people are kind of the ads. Few deals, Twitter accounts are sponsored to share stuff like Wednesday. One I loosely followed shared a sale on hard to find playmat for 50% of its regular price. Yeah, if it's something that like really ties into something that you're interested in or care about,
I think that helps a lot. And like, I don't fault any content creator for running ads in their video, right? They gotta make it work. That's 100% understandable, acceptable, you know, do what you gotta do. No ill will there. I really like when people, you know, have fun with it, right? Turn it into a little skit, incorporate it into the video a little bit, you know, get kind of funny or creative with it. Glitch, you know, obviously so much of their revenue comes from merchandise. Like, they make entire dedicated videos just for selling their merch. But they have fun with it, right? They turn it into fun little videos in their own right. I always enjoy when people do stuff like that. But yeah, if I see an ad for something that I'm interested in, then sure. If it's an ad for, I'm so sick of car ads. I think car and insurance ads are the two my most, like, get the fuck out of here subjects. Because one, there's so many of them. It is a ridiculous percentage of ads are for cars and insurance. And it's like, I already have a car and I don't want another one. And if I need insurance, I'm gonna research it. I'm not just gonna grab the first company that throws their name in my face. Right? Because that's too important to just rely on ad campaigns for information. So, like, what is the point? Alright, this is looking pretty good. This is looking pretty good. I am liking it. So we're just gonna rough in some clouds to start us off. Mix and we know what it is. I can't say that I'm, you know, entirely immune to ads. You know, I did catch that, you know, Chipotle has one of their special meats back, and I was like, I haven't gotten Chipotle in a while, maybe I can go get that, and I did. So, you know, I'm part of the problem, but the ones that I love the most are when a streamer is, like, playing a game and I get, you know, ad walled with an ad for the game that the streamer is playing. I'm like, you know what would be much better, like, marketing? Just let me watch the streamer play the game and see if I'm interested in it. Yeah, it's like I already have what I need. I have an insurance plan that works. I have a car that I love. I'm not just gonna go out and get another one. It's like, how many... I've never understood how the car industry, the automotive industry, is like, we just need to sell tens of thousands of cars a year. Like, that's normal. It's like, you realize this is an item that someone is going to buy and keep for upwards of a decade, right? People are not going to be swapping out their cars every other year, you know?
The people that can afford to probably not going to make their decisions based off of car commercials. So who is this for? I don't know. It's weird. The whole ad system as it exists is weird. I don't get it. Alright, I think we can go ahead and get started on the paint over for this. One of the insurance I see the most is why I hear the worst things about. Well, see, that's why they gotta do it, because they're like, shit, we gotta get people on side. No one is voluntarily coming here. Star Wars. Oh yeah, the crystal beer or whatever. They just like incorporated it into the movie. It's certainly memorable. Even though hit squads, it rhymes with fate charm. Oh. I didn't realize they were that bad. Well, good to know. Yeah, I mean, that part doesn't surprise me. I feel like that's just kind of insurance companies. Just like, we will take as much of your money as we can and give you as little of it as possible back. It's all about the money. It's all about the money, honey. That's what they want. That's the end goal. Let's see. You know what? Do it. Gangsta's paradise. Heard while in insurance was wild time, but just kind of depressing. Oh, so this is Falcon Coco. Coco recently sort of rebranded as a cat. Unfortunately, it was like right after we did the near art of her. So it was kind of like, oh, immediately outdated. Yeah, it felt like it was time to do a drawing of her new character. There you go. We're blind to see that the world we have, you and me. Yeah. Like I was saying, when I initially saw it, I thought the skin tone was because of lighting. It's like, no, she's just like ash colored. She's just a little ash baby. That's not the color I asked you to use. Thank you. Not the ones we have are you and me. So blind to see that ones we have are you and me. There we go. Alright, how does this... Okay, so I think what we're gonna want to do is start predominate the strap going out from the chest rather than tucking inward. Otherwise it just kind of like, it cuts too sharply. Yeah. I'm mostly focusing on Valk right now just because her form, her pose is more complicated. She's got more details on her. I really want to make sure that everything is like coming together nicely. There's nothing else. All over me. Always. I can ride with you. In this race of two. We're in the stream of choices. Softest manner of voices. Like this quiet, sorry harmony. figure out the whole sort of chest harness setup first, and then clean up the legs since that overlaps. Run from the light. I won't cease to be. Away. I get a ride with you in this race or two. Momentary masters, false kings and bastards. Knees, making waves in the unending. The darkness quieting. Melody. Good. We are marinated, animated, yet like lovers. The sweet animated. Animated. Our names were fantasizing. Double checking the hair. Okay. Good. Let's go ahead and set the lashes to be darker. I always find the characters look kind of weird until the eyes get sort of well set. And the lashes are really important for sort of defining the shape and presence of the eye. Valka actually has more sort of reddish tones in her lashes. If we can't block that in a bit. Perfection. In my head, eruption. Machine of your virus to control, 'cause it makes me feel better. 'Cause it makes me feel better. Yeah, it feels better already. That does make me feel better. Good. A little bit of an ambient occlusion line between the lip and the mouth, or the teeth. Lighten this up a little bit as well. Yeah, all of the hair that ends up drooping over the head, I have to redo it a lot just because the way that I like redo the skin tones and balance everything out tends to get reworked a lot of the time. Yeah, well, I like the general sort of shape that this is taking on. It feels like appropriately kind of wet and, you know, heavier than just normal hair. To make it a little bit of the full cool shadow right behind it, but then it's gonna shift to our skin tone, our subsurface pretty quickly. Sort of, you know, keep it real close like it's plastered to the face. Right. Tone down, right? As it gets right into that wet, glossy texture. Like that. Just as a little sample of where we're going with it, right? Man, I'm so glad that the early access for this game has kicked off so well. Was really worried about how things were gonna go for it, but it seems to be decently in hand. So I'm really happy for them. See, that all the time in game settings, I'm still not sure what it means. Oh, this part right here. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, so like I was sort of saying, you know, if we turn the paint over off, there's a strand of hair. There's a lock of hair, a bang that goes over her eye. I'm not sure why it curved like that, but you know, in redoing the eyelid, the eyelash, getting the tone and shape of everything, I just drew through it. It was like it wasn't worth it to try and work around that shape. And since it's going to overlap, I'll just go in and fill it back in later, once we're sort of happy with the underlying material. But yeah, it definitely looks weird because this, and I even almost jumped on it at one point. I'm like, why is this here? And then I looked and I went, oh right, it's the leftover bit of that lock that we're gonna fill back in. Alrighty, T-Shell. No worries. I appreciate you coming by and hanging out. Hope you have a very good rest of your weekend. We'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. We're actually gonna wrap up here about when this ends. Also, sorry, what game setting were you referring to? Ambient occlusion. Oh, so ambient occlusion. You know what? I was going to try and draw a demonstration, but it's gonna be easier just to find an image online. Occlusive ambience. Now see, I don't know. So occlusion is something getting blocked, right? Something getting prevented. So ambient occlusion is essentially looking at surfaces and their relations to each other and sort of understanding where the overlap of objects is going to prevent light from reaching part of a surface. Right, so like in the far back corners of a bookshelf, just ambiently not as much light is going to fall on that section, as opposed to the parts that are like out in front, right? Sort of up in the rafters behind the cross beams, right? You're gonna get a lot of ambient occlusion because that area is like tucked back in a corner and less likely to get picked up by light sources. You know, behind this chest, you've got this little dark area where, you know, even on like a bright day or a well-lit room, you're just not going to get much light back in there. Stuff like that.
So in games, a lot of times what you'll see is, well, so there's a couple of things that can happen in games. And I think a lot of the times that you are seeing it as a graphic setting in a game is what's known as screen space ambient occlusion. So that is more of a real-time ambient occlusion mapping, right? It is looking at what is on the screen, meshes that are on the screen, maybe a little bit of texture information, but it depends a lot on the system that is being used. And sort of calculating an ambient occlusion overlay in real time. The more sort of traditional method would be to bake a map, right? You would like set up your scene with all of your lights and everything, and then you would bake a lighting map. So you have your sort of albedo textures, right? The native color of everything in the scene, and then that would be augmented by a hard-baked light map saying this area should be well illuminated, this area should be in shadow, this area should be in deep shadow, etc. And ambient occlusion maps can sort of be layered in different ways, but if it is a pre-baked map, then, you know, it's not going to respond to changes in lighting in any way. Though a lot of times screen space ambient occlusion isn't responding to lighting either, it is purely looking at the presence of objects within the scenes. It's not considering the lighting itself. So a lot of times when I am referring to ambient occlusion, you know, I have a lot of game development background, so I'm sort of looking at it through that lens or using the same terminology. But it's a similar concept of like, you know, the hair behind, you know, the hair in the back of the head, right? Sort of around the neck region is going to be sort of occluded from light sources by the presence of the neck and all the other hair that's sitting on top of it. So this area is just sort of going to be in perpetual shadow, right? So this sort of section is going to be a mix of sort of cast shadow, but then I'll sort of look at this and be like, oh yeah, the ambient occlusion back here is going to be pretty high. And I think the reason that it is referred to as ambient occlusion is because it is sort of ambiently, persistently cast in shadow, right? It is not a response to changes in lighting. That's just how it is, right? That is how the scene is set up. That's how it's going to be. You know, you could, like in the image that we were looking at as a demonstration, you could take a flashlight behind that chest or into that bookcase and, you know, shine a light back there and see it more clearly, but practical purposes, most of the time, most cases, you're not going to do that. So it's fine to render it in shadow and get that extra sense of depth and volume. Now, ray tracing tries to sort of add a level of realism to that, right? That instead of, you know, baking maps and sort of finding ways around it that are cheaper, it's like, well, what if we just took the compute power and like hard calculated our photons getting into these nooks and crannies and then render accordingly, which is like, technically you can do that, sure, but it's expensive as shit. Well, ambient occlusion is not very expensive. Like, we have gotten to a point where mesh-based calculations, unless the meshes are very high, very dense in terms of their vertex count, that part's easy. A lot of it is coming down to like texture calculations, lighting calculations. Ambient occlusion is done because it's cheap. Ray tracing is trying to simulate real-world light physics, and that's expensive. Yeah, there's a little example here of like, if you have a stack of balls, ambient occlusion is completely off. It's just, you know, the volume of the lighting as opposed to ambient occlusion being on. You know, it takes the areas that are not, that should be blocked from getting light sources and shades them accordingly. So it gives a more realistic volumetric feel. It is nice. I would recommend it unless you're really finding you're having issues with performance, but there's probably other settings that you can turn off that would give you better performance. It does depend a little bit on the system that's being used, but I would not say ambient occlusion is the source of your woes if you are running into performance trouble. Alright, I think this is going to be a really cute drawing once we're done. I think the little bit that we got started in the paint over is already giving it a lot of nice personality. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to work with the hair on this one. But I think this is going to be where we have to call it for tonight. But you know, we got into the painting for this one already. We got another sketch set up. Like I said, I don't know if at the end of it I want to do something more like this, right? Where it's a little bit more cut off. But I'm going to leave it as it is for right now, just because it'll be easier to crop it than it will be to rebuild it. But yeah, we'll work on this one later in the month. I think it'll be cute. Yeah, I think this is going to be a fun project. I think this is going to be... So, like I said, goal is to get this done by the 12th. So that gives us about a week and a half. Or no. Yeah. So we'll have next week, and then Tuesday. And we'll see where we get to, right? If we feel like, oh, we need to work on Thursday to get there, then we'll do it. But I'm not concerned. But yeah. Let's see. So that's May. It is May. It is done. It's been a crazy month, right? We kicked it off with the Star Wars piece and just all the stuff going on with work and working on the various other pieces this month. It has been a lot of fun. You know, we got some more stuff done with the game. And I've really appreciated all of you guys being here. I appreciate you being here this week, this month, and, you know, since the start of the stream. 4.5 years, we're carrying on. I think we're going to have a lot to look forward to this summer. I'm really excited for it, and I'm excited to share what I have planned with you guys. And I know it's a day early, 2 days, I guess, technically, who's really counting, but happy Pride Month, everybody. I'll say it again on Tuesday when we meet up again, but, you know, it's gonna be, I think this is a really important month. It is a month to acknowledge oneself, to recognize that you have the right to be who you are. And that's not something that anyone can take from you. And that you should be proud of who you are. But yeah, we'll do more with that in the few weeks ahead. I'm getting tired and I'm hungry, so let's go ahead and wrap this up. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad, and we will find somebody to raid. Who's around? Who is doing? What is happening? Alrighty. Bye, YouTube! Oh.